Good evening. Welcome to Board of Selectmen meeting, Tuesday, December 6th. It is 6:00 p.m. All selectmen are present. I was looking at the agenda. The first item that we have is scheduled appointments for the St. Mark's Golf Course Master Plan Committee. There are still a couple of people who indicated that they were going to be here at 6. They aren't yet. To give them a couple of minutes, I was wondering if we could perhaps go on to item 3, the annual license renewals for calendar year 2017. If there are no objections. So the annual license renewals, calendar year 2017, they were printed in the packet. There are 2 exceptions to those, correct, Mr. Purple?
Yeah,
for tonight's action?
Well, there are 2 exceptions, but they are not included in the packet. The Rose Garden Public Entertainment on Sunday renewal was received a little past the deadline, and the Volvo of Southborough Class 1 dealer's license, there was an issue with the bond. Both of those are being rectified now, and those will be on your agenda for approval at the December 19th meeting. All of the licenses are in order. All the inspections have been completed. All of the funds have been received. And I just want to acknowledge Lori Esposito. This is her first year with the town as executive assistant, handling the licensing, and everything went very smoothly. And so very pleased with that. So the licenses, if you have any that you have any issues with, if you can let me know, and we could table those until the next meeting if you want. But everything that you have before you is in order.
Actually, there's one adjustment as well with the Southborough Variety Corp. Doing business as Stony Brook Market should be retail package all alcohol.
Yes.
Not retail package wine
Correct.
/ malt and wine and malt. So with that adjustment, are there any comments, questions? Is there a motion?
Do you have a date of the printed?
I'm sorry. Ms. Asselbekian, sorry.
Desiree Asselbekian, 137 Woodland Road. Good evening. I know that I have been an opponent of a certain property getting a license in the past, the Oswald property down on Corderville Road. I just wanted to say that I would 100% agree with renewing that property's license. Since last year and this past year that he has obtained that license, he has followed all of the orders and the conditions that the selectmen have put on. And considering that I travel by his property every single day, and I've been, again, a staunch opponent of him having it before, I just wanted, as an anecdote, a personal anecdote, say that the property is very well cleared, it's manicured, the landscaping looks very nice. He parks all of his cars in the appropriate spots, and I feel that giving credit when credit is due is deserved. So I just wanted to say that I would strongly urge the board to renew his license. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
And just to take a moment, and since I appreciate the comments from Ms. Asselbekian, I also want to pass along that a lot of that is due, in fact, to the building inspector, to Mark Robideau, and his, ensuring that, all of the terms of the license are lived up to. So I appreciate those comments. I just want to recognize Mark for his piece in that as well.
And thank you for the feedback.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Is there a motion now?
I'll make a motion that the board sign the annual license renewals for calendar year 2017 all alcohol restaurant, club, package store, beer, wine, restaurant, package store, common victualler, Class 1 and Class 2, public entertainment on Sundays, automotive, amusement, and entertainment as presented this evening with corrections.
Second.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Still, I think 2 other people that we're waiting on. I'm going to jump quickly into my report. First, at our last meeting, during the public comment period, a statement was made by Mr. Stivers relative to the Recreation Commission and its potential involvement with the proponents of a digital billboard that's being proposed to the ZBA. Mr. Schifrin, the chair of the Recreation Commission, followed up with me the day after our last meeting to clarify that there were 2 meetings at which the sign was a topic of discussion with the Recreation Commission. The September 20th meeting, the minutes of which Mr. Stivers referenced, and also on November 15th, which was the same night that our board met and where the comment was made. Mr. Schifrin shared draft minutes from the Commission's November 15th meeting, at which the Recreation Commission unanimously voted to take no position on the digital billboard project, as it was not consistent with the mission of the Recreation Commission. Mr. Schifrin and I both concur that the Rec Commission handled the matter swiftly and appropriately, and I thank Mr. Schifrin for following up on the matter in response to the comment that was made. Next, a reminder that the annual town meeting warrant is open, and if there are articles, initiatives, et cetera, that either we as a board or other citizens would like to include, now's the time to get those into Mark, so we can include placeholders for them in the warrant. There are 2 potential articles that I have mentioned to Mark over the past month or 2. First is revisiting the noise ordinance that Chief Paulus had proposed last year. He had proposed this in part due to noise complaints from residents related to construction of 4 new homes in town. While probably several years away from the start of construction, any development that does take place at Park Central will have construction activity greatly exceeding that of the 4-home development, and we ought to position ourselves to have proper noise ordinances in place when that project does start. I've also been contacted by a resident concerning overnight parking practices, which I think may warrant town meeting action. Next is a follow-up to a discussion topic we had at our last meeting with respect to recreational marijuana. Mr. Cipriano has noted to us that the Massachusetts Municipal Lawyers Association is developing a summary statement to guide all municipal councils. Our bylaws as written prohibit any such recreational facility in our town unless and until further state action or guidance is given. There is talk recently in the news of potential delays in actions by the legislature in this matter, so this whole process does seem to be evolving. I think it would be wise for us to schedule a meeting with Mr. Cipriano once the Massachusetts Municipal Lawyers Association summary statement is distributed. And lastly, again, as follow-up to a topic from our last meeting, I had suggested a meeting among Mr. Cipriano, Mr. Purple, 2 planning board members and myself relative to the planning board's request for independent counsel. Just wanted to report that that meeting was held, and we met last week for about a 2.5-hour session. This continues to be an evolving situation that may result in further meetings and/or actions. And that's what I had for my report. Mr. Purple?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one item this evening. Just wanted to let the board know, as a follow-up, that the Green Communities application has been submitted to the state, and hopefully we'll have notification sometime in the next 3 weeks or so that the town has been recognized as a green community, which will then open us up to the availability of grant money and the ability to apply for grant funds to make some improvements in the areas of, utility savings and things of that nature. So I'll keep you posted. I just want to again recognize John Parent and Lori Esposito for the work they did to help make that happen, and for Carl Geyer for continuing to push the issue over the years. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mark.
So, it is 6:10. Still believe there's 2 other people that had submitted names that aren't here. We can either go to that now or go through consent agenda, depending on the
Consent agenda.
consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda items?
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 1, appoint Vincent Acapora to ADA committee. 2, approve salary for the building inspector Mark Robidoux. Accept $225 donation to the ambulance fund. Accept $7,290 donation to the Recreation Commission from the participants in the Wobble Gobble race. accept payment in lieu of taxes donation of $22,063 from Harvard Medical School. Authorize the town administrator to sign temporary right of entry license for MassDOT work to be performed at 112 Turnpike Road.
Second.
Mr. Semino? Okay.
Turn your microphone on,
Microphone,
please.
Paul?
I was just saying, I'd like to hold the last one for discussion, so if necessary, I'd move to modify the motion to include items 1 through 5.
Motion's made, seconded. All those in favor?
So I just
Aye.
want
Oh,
to,
I'm sorry.
on
Dan.
item number 4, I think it's just appropriate to recognize a couple of folks who are in the room. The Gobble Wobble was another wonderful success. It would never happen without the leadership of Doreen and her team, and also Melissa Shields, who is here. It is an incredible amount of work every year that goes on to ensure that that race is run, and it is a fun run. And Mr. Rooney was there. We enjoyed helping out. And, you know, Doreen, to you and your team, Melissa, thank you. That was an outstanding event and something I look forward to every year.
Very good. Thank you, Dan. So items 1 through 5, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 6, Mr.
So the-
Semino?
The reason I asked to hold on 6 is because, well, at first I want to ask, as best I can tell, 6 refers to the parcel that is, Mark, can you specify? It looks like it's near the water pumping station by the
It
reservoir.
is the water pumping station.
So I'm not sure what the need is here. I don't presume to question the need. I'm sure there is one. I wonder what the board's appetite is for holding this up, simply because we've asked the state to come speak to our people about the plans for Route 9. They've written back in what I would call a very tepid manner in responding to that request. And I'm not sure how else to attempt to get their attention. And I don't know if this is something that would, but I'd like to at least propose that we not allow the state to do whatever repairs or maintenance they want to do along Route 9 that they need our permission to do until we get a better answer.
Can you share?
Yeah,
Mr. Purple,
I
what-
don't think that that's a bad strategy, Mr. Semino. So if you'd like to table the issue for now, I can use that as a carrot, so to speak, with the state.
So can you tell me a little bit more about what work needs to be done? Is that going to negatively affect any of our residents if we don't?
I think this is work that's gonna be done in the spring. So I don't think it's anything, obviously, the construction season is pretty much closed down for the winter. So this isn't something that is gonna have a negative impact that the board could wait on to approve. So we could do as Mr. Semino suggests, without any impact to any potential project.
Yeah, I think it's, Mark, if, for what it's worth, because I've asked you to recommunicate with the state, and if you have the ability to say, as an example, the selectmen are not going to approve the access, or at least as of now, are not willing to approve the access, or haven't moved to approve the access, I think it makes the point that we're paying attention, and number one, but more importantly, we are expecting more from them than they've shown so far.
What is the reason for any delay you're getting, Mr. Purple?
It's been the inability to communicate. It's been a hit and miss trying to contact the people that we need to contact at the state. Plus, there's been a couple of other things going on that have kind of gotten in the way. So,
The one important point to make, though, is that their initial response to our request that they send somebody to meet with our townspeople was to offer a meeting at their offices in Worcester, at which some town officials would attend, and a couple of representatives of the neighborhood, which felt an awful a lot like a couple of meetings we've already had. So bringing them here to take questions and understand what folks have to say, I think is a critically and substantively different activity than what they're offering.
Any other comments?
I'm happy to let it sit, you know, if it's not gonna affect our residents right now. If any particular selectman wants to hold it for a time, let's hold it.
I'm fine with holding it.
All those in favor of
Well, we don't have a motion, we just leave it,
No,
leave it,
Leave it off.
leave it on?
Just
leave it
six.
lay.
Yeah, okay.
Item 6 continues. So, why don't we go back to the St. Mark's Committee appointments? So this committee, charge we finalized last week, and there are 7 positions that we are looking to fill. My recommendation, we can do this however we want. This is broken up in different, the membership is broken up in different ways. There are 3 members who are representatives of existing committees, councils, et cetera. So I was suggesting that we have recommendations for each of those appointments, that we take those appointments first. Then we move on to the 2 abutter positions, talk with those representatives who are here. And then finally, discuss the 2 at-large positions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Break it up that
Yep.
way to keep things moving along?
Mm-hmm.
So the first 3 positions include Bill Harrington, representative from the Council on Aging, Brian Schifrin from the Recreation Commission, and Lisa Bracchio, Open Space Preservation Commission. Is there a motion for
I'll
those
s-
3 individuals?
I'll second, as stated by the chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So the 2 abutters, we have received 3 additional applications since our agenda was posted online. 2 of those are from residents whom I would consider abutters. One is a direct abutter, Mr. Pearson on Lattasquama Road. Mr. Scaringi as well is a resident of McNeil Drive. McNeil Drive intersects with Lattasquama, so we can consider that, in my opinion, as an abutter, or we can consider that as an at-large. I'll leave that for discussion among the full board.
So, is, you know, very close proximity, I would agree with you, Mr. Shea, that they could be considered abutters.
I live on Lattasquama as well, so
So, and
Larry, I wasn't sure.
And I apologize, I was just mentioning those whose names were not included
On the agenda.
on the agenda. Mr. Vagnini as well, is a resident of Lattasquama Road, is here as well. He's obviously, would be in the abutter category.
So Brian, I'm confused. So we have, do we have a total of 3 then for this, for the 2 spots?
So we have Mr. Vagnini
Yeah,
and Mr. Pearson,
yeah.
both residents of Lattasquama Road. Mr. Scaringi is a resident of McNeil Drive.
Mm-hmm.
McNeil is the road that intersects with Lattasquama. So we can go one of 2 ways. We can say that Mr. Vignini and Mr. Pearson are the 2 abutters, as their properties directly abut Lattasquama Road. Consider Mr. Scaringi in the at-large positions, or consider Mr., and again, I had initially thought of Mr. Scaringi as an abutter, because his was the first that had come in addition to Mr. Vagnini's. We've since received the application for Mr. Pearson as well.
Who do we have in the room?
So, all of those 3 individuals are here.
Could we
Steve is
meet
in the
them?
back, Larry, Ed Pearson.
They seem to be abutters to me, so.
I would like to know what their interest in this piece of property is, and globally, for the town.
So, So, I guess-
Just a short form.
Steve and Ed, I guess if you, could have you sit in the front row, just so we can facilitate the conversation with you?
And you'll need microphones as well. So if someone can pull one.
here?
You can sit where you are and just take a microphone and pass it down, that's fine too.
Do these come off, or?
They do.
Thank you.
My question is, I'm sure that each of you or everyone in this room is aware that the town started this process because of a public safety need. So that's the issue we're facing, where there is interest in the golf course as well, as far as how we may use that piece of property for the whole entire town. So I guess I'm just gonna bring it and ask it. Are you opposed to the use of a public safety facility on that location?
I see
And you just hit them, use the microphone if you would. If you would state who you are and your address.
Larry Vagnini, 32 Lattisquama Road. I see a benefit in this, in the sense that we can hope to preserve a very large tract of this special piece of land. And also provide the town with some future needs. I really would like to see us do more than 50%, but at the same time, I understand that there are needs out there. And I hope to just work in a collaborative manner as an abutter with the other groups in the committee. And again, it's, for us, it's going to be a difficult day when we don't see any golfers on that course. The course has been in this town for over 100 years, and it does have a historical value to it. It is the fabric of this town. It puts this town on the map, and it creates such a wonderful open space for people. It provides that community feel. The walks up and down the road, the walking of the dogs in the evening, the sledding in the wintertime. It is something that, again, really brings this community together. And I'd like to see as much preservation as possible, but at the same time, understanding that there are other needs that the town has, and it's a great opportunity for us to preserve this in perpetuity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Others have,
Ed Pearson, 30 Lattisquama. My feelings basically, are similar to Larry's. I've been a resident there for 16 years. I enjoy the open space, obviously. I don't want to see it go, but I understand the need. I'm willing to work with people to do the right thing, but I just want to make sure it is done correctly. The whole reason I moved to Southborough was, I enjoyed the small town feel, and I just don't want to ruin that. So, I think that's pretty much all I have to say on it.
Thank you.
Stephen Scringy, 8 McNeil. I don't even know where I live. Very, very much the same. I mean, we moved to town 12 years ago. This part of the reason we moved to McNeil was the golf course is right there. I can see that from my house, from my kitchen window. So obviously we have a deep interest in this potential the public safety complex that's going in there. I'm not unconditionally opposed to it at all. I think you're balancing the needs of the town and that property. I think there's good things that can come out of this in terms of preservation of hopefully a large part of that property still. But obviously very concerned. We look at that every day. We look over that. I want to make sure that's done right in the best way it can to serve both the town and the community and the neighborhoods that are around that property that exist there now. So.
Yeah, Mr. Shake, just a
Yep.
quick follow-up question to all three of you, and it's a yes or no answer. I believe it's a yes or no answer. This board has spent an awful lot of time working with St. Mark's and negotiating the terms of, or at least the proposal to bring forward to town meeting. Do you support the town's purchasing this land from St. Mark's to site a public safety facility at that location? Yes or no?
I don't think that's a yes or no question. I think it depends on what that, the reason I'm interested in this is because it depends on what that public safety complex looks like. I think in principle that can absolutely work out. but a big part of this is where that's situated, what it, how it's placed on the property. But in principle, I would say yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with those comments. And I'm concerned with the remaining parcel.
Right.
We've been involved with the committee meetings. The Public Safety Committee has been great as far as welcoming the residents and the abutters. And they're trying to work with us. We had what I thought was a successful meeting last night. So I think in its current location, again, if they can try to do a little bit more aesthetically to sort of buffer the area, I support it. I would like to see a master plan. For me, to get behind it 100%, we really need to have a master plan at town meeting. We really need to delineate what this parcel is going to look like. And if we can do that in the short amount of time that we have, I think we've got something really good here that's going to work for a lot of people. So.
Not to copy everyone else, but actually, my sentiments are the same. I mean, I definitely think the property can work, with the public facility there, but I would like to know what's going to happen to the rest of it to make it, still kind of seem the way it is now. I'd hate to be all taken over and, so.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Have you gentlemen served on a board or committee before? Sir? No?
No, sir.
No?
No.
First time? Volunteers.
Thank you all for stepping up. I guess one question I would ask, you've all mentioned open space and the need to keep open space. Are there other, and we've talked about public safety being on that facility as well. Are there other developments that you think that the town would be wise to look to that parcel to have that land as the site for future town needs?
I'll go first. I think we would have to hear from each of the groups. I'm not sure if there is a need for a rec center at this time. I'm not sure if a senior center is needed. I'd like to see if there are other facilities that might be coming offline that we could use. And first, I understand the need to possibly earmark a portion of the parcel for something that might be a town need. Again, my as an abutter and again having this wonderful open space, I think we really need to put as much of that parcel with a conservation restriction. But again, I think that we have to address what the needs are with the town. I'm not privy to these discussions. I hope that if selected, I can understand what those needs are within this committee. Again, I've heard rec center, and I've heard senior center, and those are possibilities, I suppose. It's just, where do they go? We have a challenge. There's something that we have to not just earmark. It has to work. The program has to fit, and I'm not sure where the program will fit. And understanding the program as well is, that's one thing that we have to figure out first to see if it fits into the parcel and where it fits in the parcel.
So that's really interesting. I'm not aware of other considerations for the property. It's certainly potentially, I think, fitting is a really, how it fits, how any future development would fit on this parcel. I think some of the appeal of Southborough is its rural, small town feel at this point. So you could certainly potentially site other things there as long as they fit in with the surrounding landscape. Again, the community and the neighborhoods that's around there. But the devil's in the details, and it all depends on what those details are. But certainly it'd be interesting to hear other options there as well.
So I guess the only other thing that I'd like to add is that, you know, if there was going to be future development there, that I would hope that it would be on the 85 side, which to me seems more the, you know, the commercial or whatever you want to call it type area, and leave the residential side alone would be my hope. And obviously I'm being selfish, and, you know, I live there, so, but I just want to make that clear.
I just want to add, Ed, I don't think Ed's being selfish. I think it's also preserving arguably one of the prettiest streets in this town in doing the right thing and understanding that there is historical value to that open space, to that street, to that neighborhood, to that approach. And again, we have to think about that on the 85 side as well, as far as what we blanket or cut off on that area as well. So I think there's some challenges ahead of us.
Any other questions?
No questions, but, you know, to advance this, I'll just give you my thoughts and perhaps a motion. I would move that we appoint Mr. and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Bagnini, and Mr. Scaringi. And the reason, Mr. Pearson, that I am excluding you is because by including Mr. Scaringi, it includes a larger area of the neighborhood. Since Mr. Bagnini lives on Lattisquama Road along with you, and I know Mr. Bagnini has been an active participant to date in terms of discourse with the Board of Selectmen and discourse with the Public Safety Committee, and by including, I'm just gonna call you Stephen. By including Stephen as well, it incorporates a larger part of the neighborhood. That's the only reason that I'm skipping over you, just so you know. So that would be my motion. Someone had to make a motion, so I figured I'd step up to do it to move the process along.
I'll second it for discussion.
I would just, I don't disagree with Mr. Rooney's logic. I also know that Mr. Vagnini has been an active participant from the very beginning. I certainly presume that he would continue to be regardless. So to me, that's an argument for appointing the other two. And I throw that out there as well.
So
I think if we appoint the other two, we're assured of all three being involved.
Well, I'll hazard a guess that all three will be actively involved. All right, so, I mean, I don't know if that's a big concern. It's not one of mine, Mr. Semino. It's not, they're here, they're interested in what's going on right in their neighborhood, and I hope they're all three of them are actively involved. I would support the motion as stated.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for stepping up, particularly with first time on committees. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
The last two positions were citizens at large. We have received information from, and I guess if I could ask, as I call your name, if those folks could come up and sit up front as well. Joe Kasevich is here. Sam Stivers had indicated that he might be late. He is still not here as yet. Ms. Martins, Melissa Shields, William Poutre, Thomas Lescalite, Connell McNamara. And there are three other individuals that had submitted their names, but had not indicated that they could be here. First is Tom Truong, and Rob Lawrenson, and Luisa Vargas Bussey. I assume Ms. Bussey is not here? Okay. So, we have Mr. Kasevich, Ms. Martins, Mr. McNamara, Ms. Shields, Mr. Lescalit, presume correct, Mr. Poutre. Thank you all for coming. Any questions that the board has for these? And again, I think it's fair to consider the other three individuals that could not be here. It was relatively short notice. It's an early time of the evening. So,
I would like to know, just like we asked the others, or the town is, this board is intent on moving forward with a request that town meeting procure the property. Are people supportive of the town or the board's efforts to do that, or not? Anyone who would like to start?
so,
Ms. Shields?
Ms. Shields, you have the microphone.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Support the project.
Mr. Lescalit?
Yes, I support the project.
And yes, I support the project.
I'm sorry, sir, you were again, your name?
Bill Poutre.
Poutre.
Yes.
Yes, I support the project.
Sir, again, Kasevich?
Ginny Martins, yes, I support the project.
Connell McNamara, 5 Newton Street. Yes, like the Lattisquama people said, yes, I support the project, provided a master plan is in place.
So,
Yeah, if you could, look, I know there's a lot of you, it's a little bit of a funny process here, but it is important. So if you could just briefly explain your interest in the committee and your thoughts about the future of the golf course. Simple as that.
sorry, Paul, I'm going to
Yes.
interrupt you for 1 second. Mr. Stivers?
Yes.
We are doing the appointments for the at-large positions for the St. Mark's Committee. So, not to put you on the spot, but take a seat. No issues.
And you
no
need
issues.
to answer yes or no for the first question.
Yeah.
Up here, Sam. There's one more seat. Perfect.
Question was, and did you hear, you didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the
It was, are you, so obviously the board is intent on moving forward with a request at town meeting that the town support the acquisition of that property for a new public safety facility. Are you in support of the board's efforts in that regard, or would you rather not see that?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
So now the pending question we were just about to start is just, what is your interest in the committee, and what thoughts, if any, do you have about the future of the golf course? We'll go in
Okay.
the orders.
My name is Joe Kasevich, 24 Sadie Hut Lane. I've been in town for 25 years. I just noticed that this microphone has the word Sam on it.
Election is rigged.
So briefly, I think this is a very important committee. St. Mark's Golf Course provides the town with recreation, open space, and the overall character to the town. I call it the gateway to the town. On the other hand, there's a recognized need in the town for a public safety facility. Balancing these needs as well as assessing other infrastructure needs of the town would be a truly challenging and worthwhile endeavor. What I bring to the town, to the committee, I should say, would be as follows. Lots of experience working with town government. Chaired the Recreation Facility Committee for many, many years. Highly successful committee whose accomplishments can be seen and used throughout the town. Bringing these facilities online required the cooperation of many town boards and committees, volunteers, abutters, and of course, town meeting. Was also a member.
Nope.
I think it's good.
You're good.
Good. Of the high school planning committee, high school study committee. And these, again, lots of interaction with many boards and committees. In my current position as the New England sales manager for Shaw Sports Turf, I am involved in numerous high-profile projects throughout New England, situated on school, town, and privately owned property. These projects also require strict adherence and knowledge of various environmental, wetlands, and zoning laws at the school, state, and sometimes even the federal level. We also work with numerous architects, consultants, et cetera, and have been involved with that process as well, because I believe choosing the right consultant is very critical to the committee's success. Finally, I'm very interested in getting back to working with the town, and very interested in the committee.
Thank you.
Just because I didn't hear, you, New England sales manager for what company, I'm sorry?
Shaw Sports Turf.
Okay.
You want to pass
yeah,
it to
'cause-
either way?
We're going that way. So, Ms. Shields has a microphone. Why don't we finish with the folks to the right of Mr. Kasevich, and then we'll go to the folks here.
Again, Sam Stiver, 7 Presidential Drive, advisory committee member. If appointed, I actually do have permission from advisory to serve on the ad hoc committee. I'm interested in the project. I think this is one of the most strategic things that the town has done in a long time. I think this is the kind of thing that sets the course for the next 30, 40, 50 years in terms of opportunity for property. They're not making any more real estate. So I think it's important to take advantage of these kind of opportunities. I think the challenge is trying to figure out how to maximize the use against a variety of competing forces here relative to things like open space versus various buildings that the town might build on that. I've got a fair amount of experience with that kind of thing. I spent 30 years as a business strategy consultant, a lot of analytical skill in terms of being able to look at financial models and ways to maximize utilization of resources and assets and so forth. I think I bring a great familiarity with the town, nearly 20-year resident here, served on a variety of committees in the town. My advisory role has given me a lot of understanding of the needs and directions of every department in the town government, including the schools as they come before advisory for budget reviews, et cetera. So I think I bring a broad experience in terms of understanding of town issues and town staff. I know most of the players involved in this from the departmental interests, certainly, and have the ability, I think, to work with folks that way. So again, very important. I'm interested in being involved in something this important, and I think it's a real challenge, a tight timeline. I think there's a strong need to get this thing done. If we have a willing buyer and a willing seller, real estate deals tend to be very fluid in my experience. So I think part of that picture is to be able to put together a plan that is something that the town meeting can get behind and have enough detail, even though clearly we're not going to have engineering drawings for everything in the next couple of months here. But I think you need enough specificity for town meeting to convince people that this is a great opportunity and paint that picture to get the support needed to get approval for funding at town meeting. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ginny Martins, 87 Main Street. I've been a resident for 24 years. And as a full-time realtor in the town of Southborough, I get to sell the benefits of living here each and every day. I think the draw to our town, one of the main draws, of course, is our rural character that is very unique, gives us somewhat of a premium in our property values. The adjacent communities don't necessarily share the bucolic landscape that we have. And I believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the town, and I kind of feel like I'm the voice for all past clients who have bought here for the reasons I mentioned. And I think that there's a lot that can be gained from working with the town, working with a committee, all to for the same goal, to preserve this beautiful piece of real estate. Yes, I'd love to see it stay as a golf course. I learned how to golf at St. Mark's, and for selfish reasons, I'd love that, but that may not be feasible. And so finding out what the other options are and working with the various committee members to determine what the best use is is very, very utmost important to me. I would like to see this work if it's not something that can work as a golf course, maybe recreational space. What kind of recreational space would we have? Are we still going to let our kids be able to sled there and snowshoe and what have you? But all these things are very important to the people that have purchased homes here. And I'd like to see that it continues to be the special town that we have. So I've got extensive experience working on committees. I think I sent you a resume of 20 of the recent committees that I've worked on. And negotiating terms of a sale is something that I do each and every day. So it's not unfamiliar to me. And I do have some development experience in town and have been attending lots and lots of board meetings over the years and understand the importance of working with not just the town government, but the neighbors as well to, you know, gain a mutually agreeable and successful project. So that's my reasons for wanting to be in it.
Thank you. Connell McNamara, 5 Newton. I too agree that this is a big opportunity for our town. I think, you know, I think it's a little sad, to be honest with you, that the people on Lattisquama and some of the people that have spoken already are resigned to the fact that it might not be a golf course in 5 years from now or 10 years from now. I am very passionate in trying to maintain it as a golf course. I have an idea on how to redesign just one tee box to maintain it as a 9-hole golf course and still have a public facility that'd be well over 36,000 square feet that you guys need and you have talked about. I think, as I said, it's just a little saddening to hear kind of some of the things that people have said. I am a resident here. I've been I grew up in Southborough. I went through Mary Finn. I went through Woodward, the old Woodward. I went through Neary. I went through Trottier. I grew up here my whole life. I've lived here for 25 years. I learned how to play golf on that golf course. I played Division I golf for Hofstra University, and it means a lot to me to try to maintain some semblance of a golf course on that parcel, regardless of whatever the town needs, and I think that there's a way to do that, and I'd be more than willing to put more than enough time to be able to find solutions that fit everybody's needs. So I just want to say that. The other thing is that, like Sam said, this would be around for 50 years plus. Looking around the room, I am one of the only millennials, if not the only millennial in the room, who would plan on being here for another 50 years. So.
Ms. Shields.
Hi, my name is Melissa Shields, 72 Marlborough Road. I've been a resident of Southborough for approximately 15 years. And ever since the time I moved to this town, I have always volunteered my time to try to help to improve this town. I care very deeply about the town of Southborough, and I care about the families and children and community within the town of Southborough. And the reason that I stepped forward for this committee is because I care, and I would like to work together with other people who may have different ideas. And I have a lot of experience working together with other people. I think you got the information. I don't need to tell you all the things that I've done. You've read about that, right? So I feel that I have a great deal to bring to the table. I feel like I would do a good job of working together with other people. And like I said, most of all, I care very deeply about Southborough as a community and as a whole, and I would like to see this move forward in a positive direction. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Lescalite. I live at 8 Banfield Lane, Southborough. I'm probably one of the last applicants for this position that filed. I have lived in town for 24 years. My background is in commercial real estate through planning, development, marketing, brokerage, financing. I presently am in charge of a large portfolio of properties in Connecticut for a public company, in Connecticut and Pennsylvania for a large land-based company with over 4,000 acres of land. And for the past 14 years have been instrumental in the planning and execution of numerous developments on those properties, residential, retail, commercial, industrial property. That has taken me in front of 8 to 9 different communities in the state of Connecticut and Pennsylvania where we own the property. I've interfaced with all of the usual land use commissions. I've been responsible for the hiring and at times firing of land use consultants, attorneys, and the various consultants that are required in order to determine the best feasible outcome for a property based on the interests of, in this case, my employer. I think the thing that's most important to me about this piece of property is that it's as close to the most geographically centered piece in town. It is has been referenced by others as being a gateway parcel. I wholeheartedly agree. It's one of the most visible pieces of property from the entry points to this community. And as many have already cited, I think we've all arrived at this community because of its pastoral nature, because of the waterways and the various entry points that when you come into this town, you really feel like you've disengaged from other parts of the region. I think that's probably, to me, the most critical thing about this particular assignment is to make sure that that sort of transition point is maintained. And then to what others have referenced, it is such a large land asset and one of the large pieces of land in town. In order to make that as something that is truly an asset to the community, be it active recreation, passive recreation, fire safety, other uses. And because of that, I don't think it's necessarily this committee's charge to decide amongst itself as to what that will be, but more importantly, administer a process that's going to have a level of transparency and communication with all stakeholders and as many people in the community. So you really come up with a product that is going to be endorsed by as many people in the community. And this is not meant to be something to placate the community. It's really meant to be, I think we are more conduits to try to come up with the solution that is a best fit for the present residents of the community in order to maintain the physical and intangible values that this property delivers to the community. By example, I think many people have come into this town. You come over the aqueducts, and you really have this, what I call a transition point. You've arrived in Southborough. Many people have chosen this community because of the pastoral nature of the community. Many of people have chosen this community because of the fact that it has a couple of private schools and it has some of the best public schools in the state. Recreational amenities, I think, are a key factor to any community. In the work that I do with our land assets, that seems to be one of the highest priority of items that any community looks for is recreational amenities. They think it actually adds value to people's homes. It adds attractiveness to the community. But that's not the end all. There's a lot of different stakeholders that are going to weigh in on this property. I think that this committee has to be charged with being able to accommodate the interests of as many stakeholders as possible, be they abutters, public services, recreational amenities, or anything else that may come out of this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Poutre, and I live at 8 Redgate Lane. My family moved here in 1992. I feel that my diverse background really puts me in a unique position to really understand the viewpoints of a lot of people in the town. Currently, I'm an officer and Vice President of Business Development for Marlborough Savings Bank. I also have a residential development firm, really specializing in open space subdivision planning. I've been in front of the planning board and the environmental committee here with ANRADs and other plans. So I'm pretty familiar with the wetlands issues that might be dealt with over there as we look to make plans. Finally, for 10 years, I was a PGA golf professional. So in addition to playing, I coached at the college level and spent 1 year volunteering coaching the St. Mark's golf team and 1 year volunteering coaching Algonquin's golf team. I've been involved in golf projects where we've taken golf courses and we've brought them down substantially in size. We just had a golf course in town that closed that was on 16 acres. So it is feasible to reconfigure and use some of that land, keep it open, and look at those possibilities. So I think from a development perspective, from a banking perspective that's focused on commercial and municipal financing of projects, development and golf, I feel like I fit all three areas that we're focused with here, and feel like I can understand the viewpoints of the greatest majority of the people in the town and their impact and thoughts on this project.
Thank you all very much. Are there any questions that people have?
I'm sure we'll have plenty. I really, if we could just go down the road really quick and either indicate who it was that asked you to step up to this committee, or if there's nobody in particular, then just so indicate that, please.
There was nobody in particular, but I was here one night when you were all addressing the fact that you would be looking for volunteers for that committee.
Thank you.
Nobody in particular. I looked at it online.
I decided to do it on my own. I didn't talk to anybody else about it. I decided that I was going to step forward. It's my idea.
There's nothing wrong if there is somebody. I just wanted to, just curious.
I did it on my own. Again, I'm interested in getting back on town committees.
Ditto.
I did this on my own.
Yes, this was by myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else from me.
So,
Go ahead, James.
we only have 2 spots.
Correct. That is correct.
That's our own doing.
That is our own doing. That is our own doing.
So, one of the few tangible benefits of being a selectman is the opportunity to meet so many new people in town. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to make a decision which at least 5 of you are not gonna be happy with. But thank you all for coming in and volunteering for this committee. I think it shows the importance of this committee. It also reflects the character of our town and the commitment of individuals in our town. I could make a case for any of you, just so you know. I'm not sure how we're going to proceed with this process, Mr. Shea, but like I said, I could make a case for any of these individuals to be on the committee. That said, I went first on the abutter issue and probably alienated at least one abutter, so I'm going to leave it to my colleagues
To alienate
five people.
So I'll be the first to start the alienation process then. And again, I thank everybody for doing it, and everybody would be great members for this committee. I think the one person, as everybody went through, that he wasn't even here when I asked a question that I asked of the abutters, that touched upon other town needs at this site, and knowledge that he's gained on that from his work on the advisory committee and others, and I think that he would be a strong advocate, not only for maintaining open space, which I think is critically important at that site, but also for recognizing what future town needs there may be at the parcel. So I will nominate Sam Stivers for the committee.
So I have a thought on that. So I also think Sam would be outstanding. So and there's a couple others that I think would be amazing as well, at least 2 others. So I know we have 3 individuals that were on other boards and committees that we added, right? And, why couldn't we add someone from advisory as well? I mean, Sam's here. I think he's the only one currently on a other board or committee out of the slate that's in front of us.
Correct.
And I think Sam would give a lot. I'd like to see him as well. Could we add him as one of those? And then, there's definitely a couple others that I'd love to see join us as well.
So you're
Ms.
looking
Phantom.
to expand the committee
Yes,
by one?
correct.
Ms. Faniff?
I know the value Sam offers, and I'm not, gonna go into that value because we all know it. But you will have a position on the advisory board to weigh in on this, Sam, and your vote is important on the advisory board. So technically, you could have 2 votes.
Sorry. I would certainly be prepared to recuse myself on advisory when it comes to our recommendation on a warrant article if I've been involved in this
I don't
committee.
think I'd want that,
I
though,
don't-
Sam.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Mrs.
I'm,
Phantom.
that's what I would not want.
If necessary, I'd be prepared to do that. On the other hand, may or may not be necessary as we get into the details of it, but.
One of my concern is by putting Mr. Stivers on this committee, it excludes him from advocacy at the advisory committee or on behalf of the advisory board, which I don't think is in the town's best interest.
I don't think it excludes me from advocacy. I don't have a vote. I'd have to recuse myself, but I could certainly appear in front of the advisory committee and make whatever case I thought was appropriate out of this particular committee, I think. At least I don't
And I
view
think,
that as
Sam, if I heard you right, you said you already spoken with your board and they were fine.
In
with you?
anticipation, I knew I was going to apply at the last advisory meeting, and so I asked for advisory support should I be appointed. And the advisory voted to allow me to participate in this, which is required under the town bylaw. Advisory members can participate in an ad hoc committee if advisory supports that. So that's cleared at this point, and Chairman Maney is back there to confirm that, I think, if there's any question about it.
So would Mr. Wood also have to recuse himself since he's participating on the public safety? So now we're down 2?
Don't know. I guess that's a matter maybe for town council or the ethics commission or something, but I'm not sure about that one.
So, Mr. Calendar, am I understanding your position is that you'd like to expand the appointment to this select group from 2 to 3?
If we could, because then I don't know if there is that conflict. I don't want to lose Sam's vote on either one of them. So, I think he'd be an important, and I'm also confident Mr. Stivers is one that often shows up at meetings and provides input regardless of whether or not he's on a committee. So I think he's going to be a strong voice. I just thought maybe that was a way to add him. There was a couple others that I was going to nominate as well.
So,
I have no problem adding another person on the committee and designating that person as the advisory representative.
so,
I think it'd be a great idea.
so similar then to the way that we have a council on aging rep, recreation, and open space?
Correct. So I would,
The move that we have,
I'll
an
move that
advisory committee?
I'll move that we expand that by 1, add an advisory committee role, and then that be Mr. Stivers.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I also have a couple, I've spoken a lot, but if anyone else wants to, I've got a couple others. So, I'm impressed with this crew. So, Mr. Kasevich, wow, great presentation. Ms. Martins, there's no one has as an extensive volunteer background as you. You would be amazing. Colin, we talked after one of the first meetings when you showed up, and I understand you're incredibly passionate about this. I'm confident you'll be at every meeting as well, as I bet Mr. Putri, if I said it right. So, I heard Mr. Lescalit. I'm not sure there's anyone that has that extensive of a background and exactly what we're looking for than Mr. Lescalit. I think he would be amazing, and I would like to see him added. Ms. Shields, you've given so much to this town. People know you, and as you said, you always volunteer. I think you would be a wonderful person on this committee. You care deeply about your town, and you also, as you said, you work well with others, and I think that's a great thing that we're going to need. So Out of all of this wonderful slate, I would move that we add Mr. Lescalede and Ms. Shields.
Before agreeing to those motions, I would just like to say, again, not to the exclusion of others that I don't speak about, but I think, Mr. Kasevich, you have understated your effort and your experience and your passion with regards to the 9/11 field. That took a lot of work, took a lot of getting people on board, and I think it's exactly the type of thing that we're looking for relative to this particular committee. And Ms. Martins, being in town for 24 years, one thing that you said that resonated with me is that you can be the voice of all past and present clients, which to me, again, seems to make you particularly well-suited for this committee. So I would move for those two, Mr. Kalenda.
I agree with Mr. Rooney. Mr. Kasevich has spent a lot of time at 9/11 working with the DCR and environmental issues, part of the master plan of recreation. I'd hate to have people revisit everything that's been done. I think it'd be a great asset. Ms. Martin's the same. I think you would add much to the committee as well.
I'm going to adopt Mr. Shea's sort of motif of only naming one name to start, because I agree with Mr. Kalenda that the credentials were substantial, and that's Mr. Lescalede. So perhaps we can, I don't know if it's appropriate to take these one at a time or not. I also don't want to drag this out any longer than we need to.
I'd be happy with
If I left the room and came back in and two were chosen, I'm sure I would be fine with it. That's the point.
Yeah.
You know, it's a hard choice because it's such a qualified group.
So there's a motion to have Mr. Lescalede appointed. Is there
I
a
will
second?
second that.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Well, you can't move and second, Paul.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I knew that, Brian. I didn't really hear me move, but I consider it a motion.
Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Lescalede?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
That's three
Can I
yeses.
ask a question?
Yes.
Before we go too far down the track here. By making a rep for the advisory board, we've already appointed two citizens two residents located in the area of this. Now we have a committee of 8. It's uneven. Can we add one more? So it's a committee of 9 for voting purposes?
Like the Supreme Court?
How about another abutter?
I would be in favor of that.
Direct abutter.
So I would be in favor of that. Anyone else?
Yeah, I actually would not be in favor of adding another abutter. It's no offense.
no.
I didn't say, I said increase the number by 1, so it's a committee of 9 instead of 8.
And I
Yeah,
think-
fine with that.
That way they can meet.
And I think you're referring to this current slate in front of us, yes. Yes.
Well, then I would vote in favor of Mr. Lescalede, and hopefully I can argue more passionately for the other two that I argued initially for.
All right.
Okay.
So we have a motion, been seconded, was it, to increase by 1?
If not, I will second it, to increase by 1, yes. all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right.
So
Now we get to
have
point 3.
two additional appointments. Mr. Lescalede.
And let me just make my
Three
point about,
yeses. Yes.
sorry, Brian, about the additional abutter. I mean, there's already going to be 2 of you, and I have great confidence in the 2 that are on there to more than carry the water for the neighborhood, and I don't want it to overload.
Do you have an idea, Mr. Rennie?
Well, again, without belaboring my earlier comments, I think Ms. Martins indicated an important quality, and that is flexibility. She talked about the golf course, like to see it remain, but it may not be feasible. She's certainly open to other ideas, and will also, I believe, gravitate towards trying to keep it as a golf course. And the fact that she served on over 20 committees, to me, that is important and is a salient quality for appointment. And with, again, for Mr. Kasevich, just based upon his prior work and bringing together various groups and committees and working with boards, it's the exact type of thing that I think we're looking for in this particular committee. And those were the reasons that I singled out those two from the body of very qualified other individuals.
So you're moving those two individuals?
Yes.
Mr. Rooney. I will second for discussion. Any discussion?
Sure. So, again, both are outstanding. Since I've already moved Ms. Shields, which, well, I stated my interest in seeing her added. If I had to choose between one of the two, I think Ms. Martin's, the extensive amount of experience you have with so many in town, I think would be a great addition to the committee, and I would, if we went with one, I would support you on at least that, Mr. Rooney.
Yeah, and I don't want it to be supporting me. I want this to be something that
No, I
the
know.
board ultimately wants to
Agreed.
have done. I mean, I'm not trying to, well, I guess I am
supporting your
lobbying, but I'm just trying to excise out why I think these two individuals,
Yes.
based upon their prior experience, are uniquely suited to this committee.
I'm fine with that.
I am as well. Ms. Fana?
Support.
So, all those in favor of the motion for Mr. Kasevich and Ms. Martin? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay,
I won't oppose.
we have
They're
a committee.
outstanding.
We should, yeah.
Thank you all very, very much. I
It is
appreciate
a
it.
funny
And I hope for
process.
those-
Thanks to everybody.
Again, for those that were not appointed, I certainly hope that you continue to follow the work of the committee and remain active, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're good.
So the next item that we're gonna have is, and I apologize that we ran late, it's a 7 o'clock hearing for removal of ZBA member. Before we get to that, I'm gonna request that we take a 10-minute recess. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 10-minute break. So we are back. Next item on the agenda is hearing for removal of ZBA member. Mr. Purple, could you please read hearing notice?
The legal notice of the public hearing for the town of Southborough pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 12, Southborough Board of Selectmen shall hold a public hearing Tuesday, December 6, 7 p.m. in the McAuliffe Hearing Room of the Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass, to consider the removal of a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, Board of Selectmen.
One thing I do want to point out is that Mr. Kalenda, Mr. Semino, and I are the three board members that will be hearing this matter. Mr. Rooney and Ms. Faniff have conflicts, and they have been advised through the Attorney General's office to recuse themselves from this matter. They are present, but have recused from taking action. To my right is Tim Norris, Labor Counsel for the town of Southborough, and Mr. Norris, I'm going to turn it to you.
All right, thank you. So I'm Tim Norris. I'm going to be presiding over the hearing today. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So this is a hearing, as Mr. Purple mentioned, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 12, to determine whether there is cause to remove Lee Bartolini from the Zoning Board of Appeals. My role here is to order the proceedings, to swear witnesses, to make rulings on procedural matters, or refer them to the board for determination if necessary. The petitioners will have 30 minutes to present their case to the board. The respondent will have 30 minutes as well. Then both sides in turn will have 15 minutes for closing and any necessary rebuttal. Formal rules of evidence will not apply. There will not be cross-examination, and there will not be audience participation. If the council present could introduce themselves. Are we missing Mr. Brackett? No, here he is.
There it is.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Brackett, I see that you'd stepped out of the room, so let me just go over the kind of ground rules. My role is to order the hearing, swear in the witnesses, make sure the rules are followed, keep the clock. I'll rule on procedural matters or refer them to the board if necessary. The petitioners will have 30 minutes to present their case to the board. The respondent will have 30 minutes as well. And then each side will have 15 minutes for closing and rebuttal. Formal rules of evidence will not apply. There's not going to be cross-examination. Witnesses will testify from the podium. You may direct them with questions. I'd now ask council to introduce themselves.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Representing the petitioners, my name is Gary S. Brackett of the firm of Brackett & Lucas, 19 Cedar Street in Worcester.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Norris. My name's Warren S. Heller. I'm an attorney in Milford, Massachusetts. I represent the respondent, Leo Bartolini, Jr. I believe Mr. Brackett and I, we've had conversations with Attorney Norris as late as yesterday. We, as of yesterday, both had concerns about the procedural manner in which you're about to conduct this hearing. I want it on record that I am not going to be able to put in my case within 30 minutes. I think it's you're restricting us to that as an attempt to deny my client of his due process rights to a hearing. I have had occasion to review the videotape of your November 3rd, 2016 meeting, in which you gave the complainants almost an hour or approximately an hour to speak on with respect to their petition. My client was not here. He was not afforded an opportunity to be heard. I think that that has prejudiced this entire process. And if they've already had an hour, I don't think that the complainant should be allowed to repeat the same information that they gave your board on November 3rd, for instance. With respect to This is the second petition. They had 5 out of the 8 bullet points that they've raised in their second petition. They've already had a hearing in a sense on August 2nd, when this board went into executive session, considered what they had raised in their petition, and came out, and basically the action that was taken was not to remove Mr. Bartolini, and so that I don't think it would be appropriate or fair for us to have to, respond to those first 5 bullet points, since the board apparently was satisfied in August that there was not grounds for removal. And lastly, and it's nothing personal, Mr. Semino, but I believe that Mr. Semino, who is on Mr. Brackett's witness list, is not on my witness list. If he's going to be a potential witness, I believe he should recuse himself from participating in this hearing.
Mr. Shea, or Mr. Norris?
Yes.
My presence on a witness list, I just want to be clear, counsel, my presence on a witness list has nothing to do with me. It was not asked if I was willing to testify or intended to testify, so I just want to be clear that counsel for the petitioners created a witness list. It has dozens of names on it. And as Attorney Norris indicated, there will be no, compelled testimony here today.
Fine. And I think, frankly, getting back to the 30-minute limit, the initial rules of engagement that we were provided in this memo did not tell us about any limitation of time to present our case. I think that perhaps it was Mr. Brackett's all-inclusive witness list that led to the decision to limit this to 30 minutes because it was so inclusive. Again, I don't think that's fair. It's certainly not fair to my client. Finally, even if you intend to impose the 30-minute limit, and by the way, we will try to adhere to that, but I can assure you that given the interest that this situation has generated, that my client is entitled to take whatever time necessary to defend his good name and honor in this community. But if you want to hold us, and if there's going to be a clock, it sounds like we're going to be on the clock, I remind you what's in your memorandum. It clearly states in here that if either party needs additional time to present, then they need to make the request before the hearing is closed. A new date that is agreeable to all parties is then selected. So you're kind of contradicting yourselves, and this is the only written notice that Mr. Brackett and I received. And so I'm just going to say to the board, if I'm not given the opportunity to present my case on behalf of my client, then I will tell you, and I will ask for a further date. It seems to me that we're all here tonight, the complainants, the respondent, the witnesses. It doesn't make sense to continue a hearing on a technical procedural matter when you ought to give Mr. Bartolini an opportunity to be fully heard. He deserves that after all the service that he has given to this community. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond briefly?
Very briefly.
Yes. Mr. Heller's raised 5 points. I only agree with 1 of the 5, that being the issue of the fact that when Mr. Heller and I spoke Friday night, after I attempted to reach Mr. Norris about this issue of the change in the ground rules, I also looked at the process for removal hearing that Mr. Purple had sent out on November 15th to the board. My understanding, the board approved this hearing pursuant to those rules of procedure, and that the change apparently occurred at some point after the selectmen established the date for this hearing. And from my information, I don't believe that vote was taken by the selectmen to amend the rules of procedure for the hearing to reduce it from no limit and actually a request that the matter could be continued to a new date to 30 minutes plus 15 minutes of rebuttal. So through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess to Mr. Norris, am I correct that there's been no vote of the Board of Selectmen to amend the rules of procedure that was sent to Mr. Heller and myself?
Well, the fact that the rules don't specify a time limit does not mean that it's unlimited. You know, as a way of you know, ordering the evidence, it's certainly, you know, reasonable to set some parameters, and those were communicated, you know, to both council ahead of time. You know, those are the ground rules that we're going to operate under. And, you know, I don't think it's inconsistent with anything in that writing.
Well, frankly, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Norris, it states if either party, if I'll read it again, needs additional time to present, then they need to make the request before the hearing is closed. A new date that's agreeable to all parties is then selected. Assuming that you don't have sufficient time on your agenda this evening to hear this matter fully, then it seems that the rules as developed by Mr. Purple after consulting with the town of West Boylston for their removal hearing anticipated the possibility you couldn't finish this within your fixed agenda time, and a new date would be considered. Now, once again, absent a vote of the selectmen to amend those rules of procedure, which established the notice sent to us, or to my clients on November 16th, I think the limitation to 30 minutes is arbitrary, and
Well,
I think it denies as much. Well, let me just finish addressing the other 4 points.
Sure.
Number one, the fact that the selectmen may have spent, as Mr. Heller indicated, an hour hearing these list of charges at a meeting, I don't equate that to an hour's worth of hearing time. I understand Mr. Bartolini wasn't there and Mr. Heller wasn't there. So the selectmen allowed the petitioners to present their concerns within that period of time. If it ran an hour, fine. I don't suggest that that considers or renders us having had a 1-hour head start on Mr. Heller and his client. Now, number two, with respect to the bullet points, clearly my clients in filing this most recent petition are not satisfied with the action of the Board of Selectmen on the petition they filed back on July 9th. That petition was then referred to an executive session, which was held on August 2nd. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that I see that 2 members of the Board of Selectmen have recused themselves from tonight's hearing, Ms. Faniff and Mr. Rooney. However, I'd like to point out that during the executive session that took place on August 2nd, those 2 individuals participated in the hearing on the original petition. Now, if they have a conflict tonight, and they had to recuse themselves, because Mr. Rooney apparently is a tenant of Mr. Bartolini, and Ms. Faniff's son allegedly has some contractual relationship with Mr. Bartolini, then frankly, they were conflicted out on the evening of the 2nd. And their participation in that meeting should render that particular decision a nullity. I don't understand how in the course of August 2nd to December 6th, whatever conflict they had that evening has suddenly been rendered operable if it didn't exist on August 2nd. So I raise that as a point, Mr. Chairman, regarding Mr. Heller's concern about the first 5 bullet points, because as I understand from my clients, they never received a full hearing before you as you're providing us tonight to present their case and witnesses. The matter was heard behind closed doors. Apparently, the only person other than the Board of Selectmen from the executive session minutes, the only ones present, Mr. Rooney, Mr. Shea, Ms. Faniff, Mr. Semino, Mr. Kalinda was approved to participate remotely, and Mr. Bartolini was present. And my clients weren't provided an opportunity to hear what was presented and what was decided. And apparently a decision was made at Mr. Bartolini's suggestion that he step down as chair, but then apparently he's going to assist in instructing the new chair in the procedures before the zoning board, which is entirely dissatisfactory to my clients. They put these petitions together, they collected hundreds of signatures on each of the petition, and they believe that these charges should be heard in an open public session. Having an executive session on August 2nd, we think, denied them their rights as citizens of the community to be heard.
Council, August 2nd was not a 48 hearing. This is a 48 hearing, and I suggest we get to it, okay? We're not here we suggested 30 minutes aside, and I apologize, Mr. Norris.
No, that's fine.
But you've each, between the 2 of you, you've used about half that time already, and I suggest we get to it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with
Here,
all due
here.
respect, if-
Mr. Norris, are we ready to move forward?
So, Mr. Brackett, a lot of what you're talking about right now is, sounds to me like it's really the merits, or it's approaching the merits of this thing. Are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, I'm prepared to proceed, Mr. Chairman. I had two other points I want to respond to regarding Mr. Heller. One was that he suggested taking the time necessary to defend his client's good name. I'm not suggesting this be an open-ended hearing. But by example, just over a month ago, I attended a recall hearing before a board of registrars of voters in which I represented the petitioners on the recall of 2 or 3 selectmen. The board of registrars began that hearing at 8 o'clock in the morning. They finished at 4:45 on a Saturday. They took the time necessary to determine whether or not the allegations that the signatures were obtained through fraud or misrepresentation. At the end of the day, they decided not to strike one signature. But in that situation, the importance of the fact that it was a recall election was the justification for having a hearing that allowed both parties to be fully heard.
Well, I think that's a decision that was made by that board, and this board has made a different determination regarding different issues. So, your last point.
Frankly, Mr. Heller describes this as a technical, practical matter. It's not that. It's a substantive issue with respect to whether or not Mr. Bartolini's misconduct is adversely affecting the public interest by impairing the efficiency of the zoning board, providing public service to the citizens of Southborough. So it's more than a technical matter. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brackett, you have 30 minutes.
Just procedurally, how are we working the table, where the witness is going to testify?
All right, so as I envision, the witnesses will testify from the podium, and you can question from the table.
So,
In the interest of brevity, what we plan on doing, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is to have Ms. Houlihan and Mr. Herzog make a brief 1-minute opening statement as the petitioners. I will then make a brief opening statement. We are then going to move through the 8 charges, and we'll be asking witnesses to come and attend in the interest of time. I will not be going by question and answer. I'll ask the witnesses to provide a narrative explanation of their reasons, and then in my closing statement, I'll look to link those presentations, including the video presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, into support for the 8 allegations we're making against Mr. Bartolini. So, Marty, you would?
All right. I'm going to swear witnesses. So do you want to have me swear all your witnesses at once, or?
Yes, please do.
All right.
All of our
So
witnesses
have
who
all your
testify would
witnesses please
stand,
stand.
please.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear that the evidence you will give in this case now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You do. Would you please state your name?
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. So thank you for the Board of Selectmen for opening the public hearing. I was requested by Mark Purple to prepare the citizens' testimony. Myself and Attila, who will be speaking briefly after me, I just wanted to make for the statement, it wasn't our duty to kind of prepare that as a signator on the petition. We thought that the citizens should have an attorney present and to provide that case. So that's why we've asked Attorney Counsel Gary Brackett to run this procedure on our behalf. Thank you. Attila.
Board of Selectmen, citizens, thank you for the opportunity to address you. We as the citizens of Southborough have come here tonight and for the last few meetings because we want to try to do our part to fix what is broken. What has been left unattended in its broken state to go on for a long time. And it's resulted in this. So we're here to do our part. After having listened to many citizens, the question that most people in polite conversation is who's in charge? Who's in charge here? Is the Board of Selectmen in charge? Or is the ZBA in charge of this town? That's the perception that most people have, and it's the question that people have in this room and outside of this room. The general feeling and the consensus and the thinking is there is a board that does what it wants, is unaccountable to anyone, is contemptuous of both citizens and selectmen alike. That is the thinking that most people have. That's why the feeling is it's broken. And we're hoping that tonight you'll do your part, and we're here to help to fix what is broken. As such, the very credibility of the Board of Selectmen and your relevance is at stake here. Because this has gone on way too long. This didn't just happen yesterday. This has been going on for a while. It has resulted with this as a general feeling in the air. Well, as citizens, here's our feeling as to how to go about fixing this. 3 things. First, we need to strip the ZBA of its ability to use a use variance on behalf of what is perceived as an insiders club that advocates to one another in their own best interest. Check. That's done. The citizens in the last special town meeting voted. That was your first big message, that everyone in this town who cares about this topic was willing to stand up and actually go forward and try to strip a board of its authority because it was so misused. That's a big message. That was a message to all of you as the Board of Selectmen. The second part, this is where the Board of Selectmen comes in. Now, it is your part. We've done our part. We stripped them of their ability to do damage, both present and future. Your part is to now change that leadership and then repopulate it with individuals who are neutral, impartial. There's not a perception that it's an insiders club advocating for one another so that they can regain the credibility and the respect of the citizens of this town. Right now, that does not exist. Let's be frank, it does not exist. We had to have a special town meeting to prove that point. So we're here to do our part, and we're hoping that you do your part and show that you're actually in charge. And we hope, as citizens, that you can demonstrate that you are actually in charge and other perceived rogue groups are not in charge. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just by way of an opening, I've been a public attorney for 42 years, working at the city and town level, working with zoning boards of appeal, planning boards, conservation commissions, building inspectors, in all phases of real estate development in communities around the state. I can tell you very honestly, without exaggeration, that what I've seen by way of the original petition and the second petition, the series of issues that have been presented by citizens of this community, the fact that the citizens of this community went to town meeting, and for the first time in my legal career, I've seen a citizen's petition take the power to grant use variances away from the zoning board of appeals. That these circumstances not only have led to multiple cases that are in litigation now, but I can tell you there are more cases on the horizon that are working their way through the zoning board. You have an administrative appeal issue that recently was decided by the zoning board regarding whether the use variance for the Park Central project expired. You have a matter before the zoning board on the 14th as to whether or not the planning board has somehow or other defaulted on its responsibilities, issue a timely decision on site plan review. And interestingly enough, the site plan review decision that they've been asked to render is on 4 points of the 21 points under your site plan review bylaw, which are the jurisdiction of the planning board. And somehow or other, the zoning board of appeals has usurped the power of the planning board to render site plan review. They did that as part of a use variance decision. I can tell you very honestly, I've never seen a zoning board usurp site plan power from a planning board in my 42 years as a public attorney. And during that time, I spent 11 years in Watertown, 8 years as city solicitor in Worcester, and 23 years in private practice representing cities and towns around the state. Now, the issues that are presented by the original petition, the first 5 bullet points, and the second petition, the 8 bullet points, raise issues that relate to what I would refer to as the basic elements of public service. They invoke issues under the open meeting law, the public records law, the conflict of interest statute, the administration of Chapter 40A, which is the zoning enabling statute. If you're not aware of it, the zoning statute was adopted under Chapter 808 of the Acts of 1975, the first year I began practice as a municipal attorney. And one of the features of that statute was to ensure that cities and towns had the option to decide whether to grant use variances. Because the Mass Association of Planning Boards had determined and presented to the general court, the legislature, that zoning boards were granting use variances left and right. And so Section 10 of 48 was adopted, and the use variances were tightened, and the criteria regarding special conditions involving the property, but not the zoning district in general. Financial hardship, no derogation of the intent, no detriment to the public good. Those were intended to tighten up use variances. You have situations here where the zoning board appears to be granting use variances as a negotiating tool with the developer of Park Central to change the decision to have ownership units to rental units as a way of addressing your 40B 10% requirement. Well, Mr. Chairman, I can tell you, this is not a case of let's make a deal when it comes to the grant of use variances. But apparently this zoning board chairman at the time decided that he was going to suggest to the developer, Mr. DePietri, that if you keep them as rental units, we're going to give you a use variance on your market rate development. Well, I've never heard of that either in a public or private conversation. So I would suggest to you, if you're not aware of it, from my vantage point, you've got serious problems with this zoning board that relate to Mr. Bartolini's service. Now, I mentioned earlier a standard that you should be considering when you evaluate this case tonight. Does the employee's misconduct adversely affect the public interest of the citizens of Southborough by impairing the efficiency of the public service? In this case, the service is the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is an arm of your zoning bylaw. If you consider for a moment your zoning bylaw is adopted and amended by your planning board, they essentially serve the umbrella function. Under 48 Section 5, they develop the bylaw, they amend the bylaw, they conduct public hearings on the bylaw, they present their recommendations and report to town meeting on adoption of zoning articles. And under that umbrella, the zoning board is to hear administrative appeals, variances, and in some cases, they have jurisdiction for certain special permits. And under that umbrella, the planning board renders decisions on site plan review, special permits, subdivision control. So the zoning board has a limited function under your own zoning bylaw and under the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 48. However, this zoning board appears to have acted under this chairman's leadership and now his membership. I say that because these issues are continuing since your decision on August 2nd to allow him to step down from chairmanship but continue as a member of the board. My understanding that he was apparently allowed to try to help assist the new chairman. I would recommend, since I've served as town council and city solicitor, that it should be the city solicitor or the town council of a community, in this case, Mr. Cipriano, advising the chairman on his responsibilities, not the outgoing chairman who's leaving under a cloud of allegations brought by the petition of July 9th. somehow or other that doesn't seem correct if you're going to try to restore the public trust and confidence in the zoning process. And before I turn to my witnesses, I'd just like to remind you that the zoning function, the so-called police power of zoning, was affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1924 in the case of Village of Euclid, Ohio versus Ambler Realty Trust. So the power to control the use of property through a zoning bylaw, grant of special permits, grant of use and dimensional variances, has been in place for a long period of time. But when you consider the most important element in this town's interest, each property owner, each homeowner's interest in their respective personal property, their real estate, it's a business property. When you adopt a zoning bylaw, you provide the community with an understanding of what's going to be allowed in certain zones. 40B may allow you to seek waivers from use restrictions, dimensional restrictions, but zoning variances for a market rate development, they're not to be negotiated across the table in a public or private setting. Use variances should be given in a very, very restricted manner, and only if those 4 criteria are satisfied. So today you find yourself facing multiple litigation matters, and I can tell you the way things look to me, you're going to be continuing to face multiple litigation matters because of the mistakes that are being made. I mentioned briefly the issue of the use variance incorporating site plan review. It's not authorized under your bylaw. It's not authorized under 40A. In this case, what was left to the planning board was so-called residual site plan review. There's no such thing in the planning laws and zoning laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So the planning board was left to address 4 discrete criteria, and the zoning board, in granting a use variance, used the power of site plan review. It's illegal. And if it's challenged before a judge of the Superior Court or the Land Court, I'm sure they'll determine it's ultra-virus. It exceeds the authority of the zoning board to do that. Whose decision that was? Mr. Bartolini was the chair while those proceedings were going on. And there are multiple other issues that you really have to deal with. So I suggest to you that this issue is an issue of substantial importance, not only to the integrity of the zoning process, obviously the credibility of the selectmen as the appointing authority in this situation, but to the citizens of the community. Because if they lose faith in you as the selectmen, the chief elected officials, appointing people to the zoning board to determine when use variances and dimensional variances are going to be granted, well, then that erodes the morale of people in your community. And it affects situations throughout the community, as I said, residential, commercial, industrial property ownership. And the manner in which, I'll let others speak to it, the manner in which the comprehensive permit was finalized in this case. I handled the comprehensive permit for the city of Woburn as special counsel, 640-unit project. It was the largest 40B in the state at the time. That case was decided in 2001. The developer didn't like the decision. We reduced 640 units to 300 units. They took an appeal. 7 years later, the case was heard by the Supreme Judicial Court. All 7 judges of the Supreme Judicial Court, they affirmed the decision of the zoning board in 2001. And the developer was left with the 300 units after 7 years of litigation. So I would suggest to you, you have to look at the deficiencies in the Park Central process as part of your review of this, because if the town's tied up in litigation, you cannot allow, as we suggest, Mr. Bartolini, who's had a hand in rendering a decision that's going to be defective on appeal, you can't allow him to continue to pursue his participation as a member of the zoning board, even if he's not the chair. So the fact that you might want to put off issues of Park Central because they're in litigation, I can tell you that that litigation may not be resolved very soon if that goes up through the appellate routes. So with that, Marnie, if you'd like to
Yeah, so I'd ask our witnesses to come forward. The way we're going to do this is have each of our witnesses, they've been asked to prepare a statement. So to come up and just form a line, provide your testimony. Then we'll be going through the PowerPoint presentation and then ending our case with a video montage cut from public hearing sessions.
Councilor Whittle,
There's no particular order.
they should know
Yeah.
before they get going.
Right, so basically you're You have about 12 or 13 minutes of your allotted time.
Okay.
So please make sure that all witnesses introduce themselves where they speak.
My name is Sam Stivers. I live at 7 Presidential Drive in Southborough. I'm an advisory committee member, but I'm speaking this evening as a private citizen. I believe I've had more direct observation experience with Mr. Bartolini as a ZBA member than anybody else in town through my service with him for 4 years on the ZBA and on the Zoning Advisory Committee, well over 100 meetings during that time. My direct observations have confirmed my opinions about Mr. Bartolini's lack of fitness to serve on the ZBA as follows. I believe he lacks the necessary basic knowledge of zoning bylaws. I could provide numerous examples with more time, but I won't right now. I believe he has failed as ZBA chairman to follow through on important issues, such as the failure to gain 40B safe harbor protection for the town relative to Madison Place. I believe his errors and/or misjudgments have cost the town significant mitigation money, including apparently up to $500,000 in Park Central money, according to the Metro West Daily News at least, and possibly some additional money from Madison Place. I believe he's exhibited ongoing disrespect, which I believe meets the criterion of bullying towards applicants, citizens, and fellow ZBA members, and this disrespect seems particularly focused toward women. For example, I was present at the events that prompted the complaint letters in the petition from Mrs. Bracchio, Mrs. Buck, and although these letters were very alarming, I believe they were mild relative to Mr. Bartolini's behavior on these times. Mr. Bartolini has made various accusations of misbehavior by his fellow ZBA members, which town council has quickly dismissed as baseless. Things like people using their personal computers for ZBA business, which certainly everybody does, including the selectmen. I'll conclude by saying that I believe that Mr. Bartolini is the modern equivalent of a ZBA dinosaur. The world has changed and he hasn't been able to keep up. His way of doing the town's business may have been the practice 40 or 50 years ago, I don't know. But I do believe that today's ZBA members, it's important for them to be knowledgeable about the applicable laws, to be free of actual or apparent conflict of interest, to be informed about the administrative processes of the job, to be transparent about your official duties, and to be respectful of your fellow board members and of the public. And I believe that Mr. Bartolini has demonstrated significant failings in all of these critical areas. I'd, again, be happy to provide more detailed examples of all of these things, but given the time pressure, I just want to hit the high points here. I therefore urge the selectmen to remove him from this position before he can do more damage than he's already done. Thank you. Any questions or next?
My name is John Gulbankian. I live at 15 Mount Vickery Road, Southborough, Mass. I represent the Gulbankian family as a whole, and a few years ago, basically I can give a brief background. I'll keep it brief as I possibly can. My dad, Lee Bartolini, and Bill Christensen were running for selectmen, and for whatever reason, Lee Bartolini had stepped down, and then he decided to step back into the race. In turn, he wanted my father to step down and relinquish his position, which my father said no. It's like, I didn't, back away. He goes, I'm still here. And, well, anyways, neither one of them won. Bill Christensen won. And, in the end, Lee made a statement that there would be retribution to our family. So, with that being said, a few years goes by, and, whereas we have 3 businesses on our property, we have the variances. We've been there for over 50 years. My father started in 1965 with the school buses. We've been in town for 100 years. So everybody knows who we are. And for whatever reason, there was papers missing from our permanent document in the town hall here for my and my brother's personal business, which is a machine shop. And however it started, and basically, for whatever reason, there was too many businesses on one property, and, no one could explain it. And, it cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. My father, parents, all of us are still paying for the legal fees. And, once we got the land totally rezoned, basically, we're still doing the same thing now. Nothing has changed other than the zoning. So, whereas that, in turn, let me digress. We had to go in front of the ZBA where Lee was the chief, the chairman, and, he barged his way onto our property, taking pictures. I have the right to do so. You're not running this as a business. You're using the buildings as storage. The greenhouses, he went and took pictures of my sister's florist shop, You're not running it, you're under the guise, you're selling other things, basically misinterpreting the law, the ignorance of the law basically for the ZBA and not taking a bland, informal, impartial, I should say, as a ZBA member, basically bullied his way, as Mr. Stivers would say. Also, during all this was going down, we're having nothing but hardships and just basically just the runaround. And for something that was such a simple matter, it seemed that it just got, stretched out to no extent, to the stress of my parents and all of us as a whole. So, basically, we had a meeting one day, and I'm glad our attorney, former attorney Angelo Catanzaro, is here. He can attest to that. He has the paper trail of the things that transpired. We had gone and met at Mr. DePietri's office at the urging of Mr. Bartolini, and that we could hash out the problems of what we were presenting the ZBA with. And Lee said, I don't want your father to be here because he won't understand what's going on. I can talk to you boys with my brother and myself, and Angelo Catanzaro was present, and told us, this is what I want your father to do, and if you agree to that, then we'll push it through. So, at the meeting that night, it was quite the contrary, and basically what we had agreed to do, Lee was 180 degrees off, so it was, behind the scenes, the good old boy tactic, or whatever you want to call it. Okay. And finally, as I say, it's like we got the land rezoned, and everything was all said and done. In passing one day, my father frequents Dunkin' Donuts, and Lee Bartolini asked my father how much you want to sell the land for.
Okay, you have about 5 minutes.
Chris Perkins, 1 Terra Road. In my 2 years as a resident, I have watched Leo Bartolini disrespect, antagonize, and bully our townspeople. He neither understands nor follows proper meeting protocol. After the board he chaired approved waivers they had no business approving, I brought my complaints to our town administrator. As a result of this meeting, town council was asked to attend ZBA meetings to ensure proper procedures are followed. At the very next ZBA meeting, Leo Bartolini ignored town council's repeated advice to reconsider the approved waivers and went on to improve the complete set of waivers. Even though he stepped down as chair, his behavior remains deplorable, and he continues oftentimes to act as chairman, interrupting speakers and shouting out comments. Leo Bartolini must be removed from the ZBA. Thank you.
Good evening. Lisa Braccio, 13 Oregon Road. I'm the chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. Initially, when I saw the request for removal of Mr. Bartolini and the reference to my complaint from 2010, I had spoken to Mrs. Faniff. Because of my role as a commissioner, I wanted the selectmen to be aware that I did not create this petition. In 2010, I filed a complaint regarding the unprofessional behavior of Mr. Bartolini and the lack of respect shown to both the public and fellow members of the ZBA, and more importantly, a personal attack on me that had nothing to do with the issue before the board. I was given a copy of a letter from Mr. Bartolini to the Board of Selectmen, which ended with an apology for the inappropriate comment directed at me. I had told Mrs. Faniff I was satisfied with the response, as it was the best I was going to get. I gave a lot of thought about coming here tonight and speaking. Whether I was satisfied or not is just semantics. It does not change the fact of what I witnessed or what was directed at me, and his apologizing does not negate the impact of the public attack on me. You, the selectmen, need to look at a pattern of bad temperament and behavior dating back almost 10 years. In addition to the 2010 complaints, the November 2007 selectmen minutes show complaints regarding Mr. Bartolini's behavior and temperament made by 3 board committee members. In a 2010 letter signed by all 3 selectmen, Selectman Rooney, and given to me, Selectman Rooney made abundantly clear in the communication to members of the ZBA, and I quote, that courtesy, respect, and open dialogue are absolute prerequisites for continued membership on the ZBA. There is no room for compromise on these conditions. A basic principle of our town philosophy is to encourage volunteerism and participation. Anything that is done to infringe on those ideals will not be tolerated, end quote. And yet, in 2016, Mr. Bartolini continues to be disrespectful and argumentative when someone says something he disagrees with. Clearly, those prerequisites for continued membership on the ZBA have been ignored, and the same acceptable behavior is being tolerated by the Selectmen despite those requirements outlined in your letter to me. What happened to me was wrong, we can all acknowledge, but for me to see other residents feeling the way I felt angers me that obviously it was not resolved, and my complaint in your letter to me basically mean nothing. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, before Ms. Julian begins, I understand I have 15 minutes for rebuttal. I'd like to be able to reserve that 15 minutes for rebuttal. First of all, I'd like to make a formal request pursuant to the bullet points in Mr. Purple's notice of November 15th that we be allowed an additional period of time to present our case. In the event, and I raise this question, Mr. Chairman, in the event we have to seek judicial review of these proceedings, we would be making an argument to a judge that you established ground rules. The ground rules were not altered by vote of this board before the hearing, and that the limitation on testimony is arbitrary and capricious, and we would seek an order from the court. But I'm asking you now if I be allowed to use my rebuttal time to make sure that we have the presentation of the video and the PowerPoint as well as the remaining testimony.
He's got 15 minutes, so
Yeah.
he can use it however he sees fit.
Yeah, I mean, so, do you want to use that 15 minutes at this time, or do you want to wait?
No, I'd like to use it at this time.
Okay.
And if there's anything left over, I'll make a closing statement. Otherwise, we want to make sure that everyone who's here to be heard will have an opportunity, and Ms. Houlihan has an opportunity to make her PowerPoint presentation.
All right, very well, you have 15 minutes.
We'll move to Article 6, please, if we may.
So in the citizens petition and the charges filed against him, charge number 6 includes process missteps. This one is filing a conflict of interest that states no business with applicant, and it can be seen. So what's interesting is this is the conflict of interest. It has been circulated throughout the room. The date is March 26th when the Park Central hearing started, and the statement is, I've never done business with Park Central LLC or any other building company owned by the owner of Park Central LLC. At the start of the session, he states, and I have it on tape if we want to go to it, for public record, I've done a public disclosure, which I filed with the town clerk. One of the companies owned by the developer rents a self-storage from me and has for many years, and he has been in front of us, and I've done this disclosure many times. Applicant has several businesses, and one of them rents a self-storage for me. So I'll leave this to you, Mr. Brackett.
Mr. Chairman, this set of conflict of interest statements encompass the dates June 28th, 2010, October 27th, 2010, July 27th, 2011, August 27th, 2013, and March 25th, 2015. And let me just say briefly, these statements are not filed in accordance with the conflict of interest statute, and they clearly don't contain the information required of the conflict of interest statute. They don't appear to be filed in accordance with opinions by town council or the ethics commission pursuant to section 22 of 268A, and they are inconsistent by virtue of the fact, as Ms. Houlihan indicated, that Mr. Bartolini's statements, his last statement regarding Park Central, if you look on the second page of that, and I have copies for all of you, but the second page, and frankly, why don't I provide you with those copies now? Unless you can bring that up.
Have you provided that to Mr. Heller as well?
Do you have an extra copy there, Mr. Purple, we can give to Mr. Hall?
We have copies since they passed them out to everybody but us, but we did get a copy, so.
Mr. Chairman, let me just briefly point out, the conflict of interest statute obviously relates to the question of public integrity of municipal employees. I checked with Mr. Hagerty today, your town clerk, to determine if the Zoning Board of Appeals has been designated as special municipal employees by the Selectmen pursuant to the chapter 268A. They have not. So they're held to the same standard that Mr. Purple is a full-time employee or any other full-time employee of the town. are held to under this conflict statute. The very last page of the conflict statement that Mr. Bartolini prepared with respect to the Park Central project, actually, if you go to the second last page, he references appearance of favoritism or influence in the category, about midway down. Describe the issue coming before you for decision. He says Park Central for a special permit, 40B. It's actually a comprehensive permit. He then goes on to say, I've never done business with Park Central LLC or any other building companies owned by the owner of Park Central LLC. Well, that's completely false, because he's acknowledged having done business with Rosewood Construction in the very first page of his conflict opinion dated June 28, 2010. If you look at the top of that very last page, you'll see the box, if you cannot confirm this statement, you should recuse yourself. And in bold lettering, it says write an X to confirm the statement below. Well, it says, taking into account the facts I've disclosed above, I feel I can perform my official duties objectively and fairly. He didn't check the box. He signed the document, but he didn't check the box, which is the representation that's required under 268A 23B3 disclosure. If you look at the document that he prepared prior to that, which is the dated August 27th, 2013, in which he's describing Stony Brook Village for a special permit. He says, what responsibility do you have, Chairman of the ZBA Board? Describe your relationship or affiliation with someone involved. He says, none. Then additional facts. I've never done business with Capital Group, but I have done business with the owner of the Capital Group, which is Mr. DePietri. So he clearly has done business with Mr. DePietri in the past. He falsified his last conflict of interest statement, and that document, which he filed, also does not contain the check on the box on the second page. So the question I have to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, is Mr. Bartolini just preparing conflict of interest statements without a conflict of interest opinion from town council or from the ethics commission? The statute requires that if you seek a conflict of interest opinion, you have to give a detailed statement of the facts. These are not detailed statement of facts. They're handwritten, they're misspelled, and they don't include all the information that's required. So as of today, Mr. Bartolini is in violation of the conflict of interest statute for having participated in the Park Central project since its inception in 2014 or even before, because he didn't fill out the conflict of interest statement properly. And as a result, any actions he's taken could be challenged on appeal. Now, the question, Mr. Chairman, is if you look at the very bottom, actually the second page of each of those last two, it says, if you're not elected to your public position, you have to file this with the appointing authority. However, the only date stamps on these two documents are filed with the town clerk's office. Well, if you're an elected official, you file a 23B3 disclosure with the town clerk's office. If you're an appointed official, you have to file it with the selectmen. So what appears to be happening, Mr. Chairman, on something as important as Mr. Bartolini's participation in projects in which he has either a financial interest or an appearance of a conflict. 268A Section 19 says you can't participate in a matter in which you've got a financial interest. It also goes on to say, or in a particular matter in which, to your knowledge, you, your immediate family or partner, a business organization which you're serving as an officer, or anyone with whom you're negotiating or has an arrangement concerning prospective employment, shall be punished for a fine by not less than $3,000 or imprisonment for not more than 2 years. Well, is the question I have when I looked at these as presented by my clients is Mr. Bartolini deciding when he's in conflict and when he's not? And when he thinks he's in conflict, he's filing incomplete documents that don't even fully address the requirements of the statute? The town clerk's website, Mr. Chairman, has instructions for filling out Section 20 relating to financial interest in contracts, 23B3 that relates to appearance of a conflict. And those clearly say that you must file the disclosure with the appointing authority. So it appears that Mr. Bartolini thinks he's covering himself by filing this with the town clerk's office. He's misrepresenting the facts, he's not completing the forms, he's not getting a conflict opinion, and you as the appointing authority don't even know when he's filing a conflict of interest statement. Because I would imagine that on something as important as Park Central, you'd be interested in knowing, does a member have a question regarding an appearance of a conflict? And is the form that you've just reviewed complete enough to give you the peace of mind of knowing that he's not in conflict of interest in handling something as important as a use variance on the project and a comprehensive permit on the project? These are bread and butter issues, Mr. Chairman. These are the ABCs of municipal law for public officials. When people are appointed to or elected to boards and committees, they're given copies of the open meeting law, copies of the conflict of interest statute. They're made aware of the issues involving the public records law. And obviously, as a member of the zoning board since 2007, one would assume Mr. Bartolini has an understanding of what he has to do when there's an appearance of conflict of interest. This is the most damning of the issues that my clients have brought to my attention. You now have decisions being rendered, not only in the past, and recently with the comprehensive permit. You've got a December 14th zoning board hearing on administrative appeals regarding this project brought by Mr. Catanzaro, who I believe is in the room. And Mr. Catanzaro is going to be arguing that the planning board has somehow or other exceeded its authority in not rendering a decision within 30 days. And yet, Mr. Bartolini will be sitting on that board on December 14th to make a decision regarding the expiration of a use variance that he participated in which the use variance decision was tied to a comprehensive permit. Mr. Chairman, if you haven't heard from your own town council, then I'm going to tell you tonight, you cannot tie a use variance and then therefore extend the 1-year expiration date by tying it to a comprehensive permit. It's illegal. There's no relationship. The applicant came in and filed a separate use variance and a separate comprehensive permit. The use variance was granted under 48 Section 10 in your bylaw. The comprehensive permit was granted under Chapter 40B. So the decision before the zoning board is whether the use variance expired after a year. Their decision is no, because the use variance is tied to the 40B permit. You cannot bootstrap an extension of a variance by suggesting it's tied to a 40B permit, plain and simple. But what you have, Mr. Chairman, is you've got documentary evidence signed by Mr. Bartolini that's inconsistent about his business relationships with Mr. DePietri. He's participating, has participated, and will continue to participate as a member of the zoning board in violation of the conflict of interest statute. From where I sit, these are serious issues. And it appears as if Mr. Bartolini's been flying under the radar for a period of time. I think it's about time somebody has to look and find out. And the first thing that would have to be done would be a detailed request for conflict of interest opinion under 268A, Section 22. So,
Mr. Brackett, you have 5 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marty, I'm sorry for going on longer than I expected to, but. And, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to make a copy of this PowerPoint presentation available to you as an exhibit, and a copy to Mr. Heller as well, for the record of this hearing.
Thank you.
I have done a public disclosure, which I have filed with the town clerk. One of the companies owned by the developer rents self-storage facility from me, has for many years, and he's been in front of us, and I've done this disclosure many times.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to identify what the meeting that we're looking at, well, okay, it's up there now.
Yeah, the applicant has several businesses, and one of them rents a self-storage facility from me.
You approached me and said, David, I think I can get you some money to assist in your improvements to Main Street downtown. I'm trying to recollect this accurately, Mr.
Yeah, the actual statement that I said that you asked me.
No, let me continue, please. You said that you thought you could get me some money to help with improvements to downtown Main Street. And I asked, how come? And you said, well, I'm hoping to get on the order of $500,000 from Mr. DePietri at Park Central. In other words, you're telling me that it was a complete coincidence that you told me you expected to get over $500,000 in January, February, and he stated to the press in April or May that he was going to withdraw $500,000 plus. That was purely a coincidence.
Yeah. Now, so far, our traffic consultants have agreed that there is not a traffic issue. Well, so now we're in discussion. voting for the public hearing.
And so just following up on what you said, the way you envision it, we're at least gonna see a copy of this agreement before we vote on
No,
this use
no.
variance.
We're going to, the issue is now is to vote on this and to approve it. And in the decision, this will become part of the decision, which will review, which will, what do you call it? It'll just be filed.
I just have an issue with that because we have a general policy that not to vote on things the same day that they're presented to the board, or possibly not even to consider them. And I mean, this is the first time I've ever seen it. It's a very significant matter. I understand all the procedural history that's happened before, and there's a lot to like about this, but I think it's best for the board to see a final copy of the agreement signed before we take a vote on it.
Well, that's a question of the board. I personally don't agree.
Try and reduce all of these conditions from this agreement into a decision now. Do you have any view on how the board can proceed so there's a more considered way of crafting a decision and concerning what conditions there would be?
It's the decision of the board.
Well, I asked Aldo.
I don't want to cross this line. I mean, legal clarification. See, this is why procedurally, initially, the better way would have been to consider the conditions as part of the original public hearing. But it was closed, and then there was a discussion about having these conditions circulated post-hearing, which was not the appropriate way. So that's why I suggested you come back into this session as a public meeting. So we're constrained a bit.
What's your opinion? I mean, we've never done a meeting like this before, so I'm gonna
No, and we're never going to do a meeting
accept
like
you
this
to how
again either.
to
We're gonna
handle
make sure
that.
the conditions are considered in the context of a public hearing, but in
Question
Yes.
about this. Why, I mean, no disrespect to the applicant, but why are we asking if it's okay to put conditions?
What?
Why are we asking if it's okay to put conditions?
We're asking whether he agrees on the conditions.
Don't we, I mean, aren't we allowed to just make conditions?
We could put the conditions and he could say no to them, but I'm just, going forward to find out where they're at. The thing is, I'm gonna ask Mr. DePietri, if we hadn't done what we did, what would we be doing now? Or what do you wanna do now?
If you hadn't granted me the,
Well, the issue that you requested that we granted so you could finish the drawing, you hear how we did it. Mr. Purple had suggested that you stay at the whole meeting tonight, at this meeting and at the future meetings to do with Park Central and the residential project. And the major issue now is that we're going to go through the rest of these waivers, and we have conservation and the planning board here, so if there's any comments with that you would be here to do so, if you want to.
Sir, the Conservation Commission is not here this evening. The Planning Board is not here this evening. The chairmans are.
Right. It was taken care of. Mr. Chairman.
Have before you is a letter from the Conservation Commission that indicates that you did not formally send to them a request to consider waivers under their jurisdiction.
You gave us bad advice, because there's no way 5-story buildings were going in there to begin with.
Yes,
No way, because even in the DEIR, it says no buildings over 3 stories.
That these final changes should be reviewed by the public for at least 24 hours to make additional comments. There's no way a vote should happen tonight. We haven't had the appropriate information. We haven't had the time to actually go through this in an appropriate manner. I'm sure.
Board writes the decision. As an accommodation to this board, because this is such a lengthy process, okay, we did an initial draft of the decision.
But, certainly willing to say we don't support the current plan, and that all options are on the table. I do believe that the majority, that the access and egress to and from this property ought to be out onto Route 9, and not through or via Flag Road.
Okay. So we've reached the end of the additional 15 minutes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll just briefly state we'll file a copy of the PowerPoint presentation and the videotape We'll file the names and summary of the testimony from the remaining witnesses. And, Mr. Chairman, I believe that there is cause for removal of Mr. Bartolini on multiple fronts. And I suggest to you that if he is not removed, his continuing participation as a member of the zoning board is going to expose the town to litigation and a deterioration, continuing deterioration of the public trust, not only in the zoning board, but in this Board of Selectmen as the appointing authority. The zoning board is answerable to you. 4812 gives you the power to remove members for cause. There is more than sufficient cause here. As a matter of fact, I think there would be just cause here, which is a higher standard. That's not the standard in the statute. So we request that you vote to remove Mr. Bartolini immediately and allow an alternate to begin sitting immediately so as to ensure none of the future proceedings of the ZBA are tainted by conflict of interest and all the other multiple allegations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brackett. So at this point, we're going to take about 5 minutes to allow Mr. Heller to get set up and organize his case, and then we'll proceed.
Mark, you might want to sleep your computer. It didn't
But I'll move for a 5-minute recess. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. we are back in session. We're going to resume. Mr. Norris?
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Heller, you have 30 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Norris. I will try to fit in what I want in that allotted time.
Actually, in fairness, you have 45 minutes because Mr. Brackett used his 15 minutes of rebuttal.
All right, and
you can, he's not going to have another shot, so you can use all of your 45 minutes at this time.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Norris, gentlemen of the Board of Selectmen, thank you for, well, I don't know if I want to thank you for our being here, because I really don't. But anyway, the one thing that I would rebut and speak to with regard to Mr. Brackett's presentation is the conflict of interest dissertation that he gave. I would suggest to this board that that was not a part of their bullet number 6, even though he tried to say it is part of their bullet number 6. They've introduced a whole element relative to a subject that we are not prepared to respond to, but other than to say in general that, you know, he has done a nice job of clouding the waters with assertions that we're not prepared to rebut, but that given the opportunity we would. So therefore, given the parameters that I understood of this hearing, that we were going to be limited to the specific allegations that were in petition number 2, that since that goes beyond the scope, I suggest that the board should give it no weight and should not take it into consideration in your deliberations, because one, it's primarily Mr. Brackett's self-serving interpretation of the law. You have a very able town council who I'm sure was pleased, you know, was educated tonight by Mr. Brackett's, you know, assertions, and I say this facetiously and sarcastically. So I don't believe that any of that information, this was handed out at the start of the meeting. Everybody in this room except Mr. Bartolini and I were given a copy of this, but, you know, we were able to get our hands on one. And there were other people who were witnesses for us were not handed it. So anyway, with that said, it's up to the board to consider what you're going to consider, but I don't think that should be part of it. I am not going to do a video presentation. There were 30 meetings over 2.5 years. There were hours and hours of hearings. You're being asked in the bulk of that allegations to take action based on what happened at meetings. So therefore, I would like to offer into evidence the following items. I have videotapes from May 27th, 2015 to August 17, 2016. The Park Central ZBA meetings, all on video. I have the November 3rd, 2016 Board of Selectmen meeting, which I will be making reference to, on video. And I have the August 24th ZBA meeting, 2016, all, which is on video. In order for this board to make a sound decision and a knowledgeable decision, I suggest you need to view, if not all of these tapes, certainly the substantial portion, because what you were given tonight was a little snippet here and there, you know, 5 minutes worth of videos, over hours and hours and hours of videos. I suggest that the board to do its due diligence and to give Mr. Bartolini due process needs to review in depth these tapes. So I would offer these, Mr. Norris.
All right. I've received 3 DVDs. One of them's marked November 3rd, 2016, BOS meeting. I have another one marked May 27th, 2015 to August 17, 2016, Park Central ZBA meetings videos. And I have a third DVD, which is marked August 24th, ZBA meeting 2016.
All right, with that having been said, I intend to make a formal statement addressing the allegations against Mr. Bartolini, and upon doing that, I will offer a couple other exhibits to this board to consider, and then I hope to be able to have sufficient time to be able to present live witnesses. So with that, Mr. Norris, I will proceed.
Please do.
Since Mr. Bartolini has been vilified and denounced by the complainants as not having the best interests of the town of Southborough, its citizens and taxpayers at heart, it is important to remind the Board of Selectmen and the complainants about him and his contributions to the betterment and good of the town and its citizens. Leo was born 66 years ago and has lived in Southborough all his life. His ancestors settled in Southborough over 120 years ago, and the Bartolini family has resided here ever since. Leo is proud to call Southborough his hometown, and he's proud of his many accomplishments and contributions to the town of Southborough over many years. Leo's commitment to the town of Southborough commenced while he was still a teenager when he served as an auxiliary firefighter for the town of Southborough for over 10 years into his early to mid-20s. Leo Bartolini Jr. attended Keefe Vocational Technical High School in Framingham through the 10th grade. He does not have a high school diploma, a college degree, a master's degree, an engineering degree, or a Juris Doctorate degree, or any other academic achievements. Instead, at the age of 16, he went to work full-time in the family construction business. He earned a degree in hard work, construction techniques and procedures, site plan review, engineering principles, and common sense. He has worked on residential subdivision construction in Southborough and surrounding towns, as well as on highway projects like Route 495, on sewage treatment plants, and on major excavating projects like the Big Dig in Boston. His background has been an invaluable asset for the town during his tenure on the planning board and ZBA. Some of the petitioners have described Leo as rough around the edges, and people who know him well have indicated to me that description is accurate. He may not be as articulate as his detractors when it comes to public speaking, but Leo speaks his mind and tells it like it is. He does not sugarcoat things. You, members of the Board of Selectmen, know Leo, have worked with him over the years, and know his personality and temperament. The selectmen who appointed him to the ZBA initially, and those who reappointed him in 2013, just like your board, knew who Leo Bartolini is and what he contributes to the workings of a very busy and critically important ZBA. They were well aware of the 2010 complaint made by Ms. Bracchio, one of his current and most vocal critics, but he was reappointed in 2013 despite the efforts of some people to prevent that from happening. He has been a ZBA member for 9 years and served as its chairman for 4 years. He has participated in the hearings and ultimate approval of 4 40B projects that have come before the ZBA, including the most recent involving the Park Central application, which has generated so much acrimony toward Leo from the complainants and that has resulted in our being here tonight at this removal hearing. Prior to his appointment to the ZBA, Leo served for 9 years as a member of the Town of Southborough Planning Board. He initially was appointed to fill a vacancy, and he was elected and re-elected by the people of the town to finish the term for which he was appointed and for a full 5-year term. Leo was an original member of the SHOPC, Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee, that was formed in the 1980s. He was involved in writing the rules and regulations for over 55 housing projects. He has worked over the years with the Recreation Department on several projects, In 2012, Leo served on a 5-member committee to consider whether to have a town administrator or a town manager form of government. Leo was the sole proponent for keeping the town administrator format, and at town meeting, he spoke in opposition to the article that was recommending the change to a town manager. His motion to pass over the article carried overwhelmingly, which is another underlying source of motivation by some of the complainants to have him removed from the ZBA. Leo was also on the committee that was appointed in 2013 to write a proposed bylaw for marijuana dispensaries in the town of Southborough, which bylaw was approved at the 2014 town meeting. After all his years of public service to the town of Southborough, the allegations of the complainants raised in their petition are unfair, untrue, and motivated by political and personal reasons that are clearly evident to anyone who has followed the Park Central project from its inception to now, as well as the marijuana dispensary special permit proceedings before the ZBA that was virulently opposed by one of the leaders of the complainants group. The application for the Park Plaza project was filed with the town of Southborough on February 12, 2014, and the first of 30 public hearings before the ZBA was held on March 26, 2014. And the last one was on August 24, 2016, at which time the ZBA voted 3 in favor and none opposed to grant Park Central LLC a comprehensive permit. The citizens of Southborough, especially those residents in close proximity to the project, had ample opportunities to voice their concerns and opinions at the public hearings, and they most certainly availed themselves of this opportunity. Leo Bartolini, who was chairman for all but the last 3 meetings in August 2016, allowed the residents to speak, even though the statements of many of these people were repetitive from meeting to meeting, and they often said the same things over and over again. Rather than stifle discussion as alleged, Leo Bartolini gave people the opportunity to speak when another chairman would have cut off debate and discussion much sooner than he did at those meetings. Now that I have shared with you some background about Leo F. Bartolini Jr., I want to address the specific charges as listed in the citizen petition dated September 1st, 2016, received on September 29th, 2016 in the office of the Southborough Selectmen's office, which constitute the charges against Leo F. Bartolini Jr., according to the memorandum dated November 15th, 2016 from Town Administrator Mark Purple. However, before doing so, we need to look at the first citizen petition dated July 9th. This petition had 5 issues of concern that are the same as 5 of the now 8 charges raised in the September 1st, 2016 petition. The first petition provided as follows. I'm not going to read it to you. You have, it's my understanding, Mr. Norris, that the 2 petitions are part of the record before the board. And if they're not, then I would submit at least the first petition and have it marked as an exhibit.
Well, certainly the second petition is part of the record. I don't know that the first petition is.
Well, then I would want for the record that the first petition be also marked and made an exhibit.
Mr. Chairman, I have no objection to the first petition being part of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bracken.
Okay, I've received the first petition. It's a memorandum citizen petition dated July 9, 2016.
All right, and the board is familiar with those allegations, and they're repeated in the second petition. So the second petition essentially has allegedly raised three new issues. So I'm not going to read the ones in the interest of time. But in response to that first petition, you invited Leo to attend your August 2nd, 2016 meeting, and then appropriately went into executive session to discuss with him the citizen petition. The minutes of the August 2nd, 2016 executive session minutes are now public, and I offer them as a respondent's exhibit. Again, that's part of your record, but I'm building a record for this hearing, and so I would submit to this board a copy of your own executive session minutes to be made part of the record for this hearing. Any objection, Mr. Bracken?
None?
Okay. There being no objection, I've received executive session minutes dated August 2nd, 2016.
Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you gentlemen are familiar with what went on at that meeting. And there was a discussion. There was some comments by Mr. Rooney, who's not part of this, so I'm not going to mention what he had to say. Mr. Semino said the petition, and this is important, because I think you need to, all of you, keep this in mind with respect to what's before you tonight. And what I think Mr. Semino said is right on point. He said the petition is a vehicle for citizens to express a position and carries the same weight as a group of people speaking at one of our meetings. Mr. Calenda felt Mr. Bartolini should continue to serve the town in some capacity. That was in there. Mr. Bartolini stated that the ZBA voted him in as a chairman again last month. Mr. Bartolini noted that the signatories on the petition were also opposed to the marijuana dispensary, so they are opposed to the ZBA on many levels. He also indicated the supplemental signatures came from the Chinese Gospel Church and were collected at a recent service there. Mr. Bartolini is the one who suggested and proposed a reorganization of the ZBA that would elect a new chairman as well as a new chair for the Park Central project that would be in effect for the next hearing on the matter. At the ZBA's August 15th meeting, he said he would step down. In conclusion, the board felt Mr. Bartolini could easily coach someone else to be chairman and remain on the board as a regular full-time member. The board concurred unanimously. So that was as of August 2nd. So when the complainants found out on August 2nd, because I found out tonight that you came out from your executive session and apparently indicated what had happened. So when the complainants found out on August 2nd Leo Bartolini was not removed from the zoning board, they redoubled their efforts to get him removed by preparing and filing a new citizens petition, reciting the same 5 reasons for removal as in the July petition. But even though nothing new had happened at the August ZBA meetings, they fabricated a new charge, accusing Leo of, quote, sexist and appalling treatment of a woman on August 8th, 2016 at the ZBA hearing. I shall set the record straight shortly on this pathetic attempt to make Leo into something that he is not. For good measure and to give the appearance that the second petition was different from the first unsuccessful one, the complainant added 2 other allegations accusing Leo of a long record of non-specified process missteps and alleged ongoing erroneous statements of fact which continuously have to be corrected by town council. Before getting into the specific allegations of the September 1st petition, I offer the following observations for your consideration. The second petition states that the, quote, undersigned registered voters in the town of Southborough request that the Board of Selectmen remove Mr. Leo F. Bartolini, Jr. from the Zoning Board of Appeals effective immediately. 170 people allegedly signed the petition, but at no time were the signatures certified by the town clerk as registered voters, and there is no way of knowing whether these are true and valid signatures. At your November 3rd, 2016 meeting, one of the selectmen said he was impressed by the number of signatories on the petition. I had suggested to Leo that we draft a petition against his removal from the ZBA. He could have easily gotten 200 or more signatures, but you know what Leo said to me? That he would not get into a game of battling petitions, and that he would make his case to remain on the ZBA directly to you. We hope that the board will have an open mind, but frankly, we are very concerned by the manner in which this entire removal process has evolved. I viewed the November 3rd videotape of that meeting, and it appears that the complainants already had nearly an hour to present their case in the absence of Leo Bartolini. This, quote, preliminary hearing, unquote, is very concerning to us, and it appears to have tainted the entire removal process. Comments made by board members on November 3rd raised concerns and questions about your impartiality, objectivity, and ability to be fair in the proceedings tonight. The complainants have accused Leo of being a bully, but it is clear from some of the remarks made on November 3rd that the real bullies through this removal process, indeed throughout the ZBA hearings process, and again tonight, are the complainants themselves. On November 3rd, at least two pro-removal speakers made a not-so-veiled threat to you Board of Selectmen members that if you don't support them and remove Leo, that there could be serious consequences against you at the ballot box. They cited the recent town meeting vote to amend the zoning bylaw to eliminate use variances as an example of their perceived political clout. It is my understanding that there are just under 9,900 residents in the town of Southborough, and there are approximately 7,000 voters. The Board of Selectmen are being pressured to do the bidding of less than 0.024%, or a little over 2% of the town's registered voters. So when the complainants proclaim that Leo Bartolini has a, quote, continued loss of public confidence in the adequacy of his judgment and temperament for a ZBA role, especially relative to the Park Central site development and ZBA process, or that there is a, quote, continued loss of public confidence in Leo's concern for public safety and welfare as demonstrated by his disregard for public comments and lack of concern for the public safety impact of adding Park Central to Flag Street, or that there is a, quote, continued loss of public confidence in his ability or desire to follow due process in zoning permitting. For whom are they really speaking, and what is their real agenda in trying to remove Leo from the board? No project in recent Southborough history has been more vetted than the Park Central project. 30 hearings over 2.5 years with multiple opportunities for the complainants to speak and speak and speak. But because they did not get the result they wanted, the complainants are trying to make a scapegoat out of Leo Bartolini. What are their real agenda, motives, and what are the ramifications to the town should you remove Leo from the ZBA? I'll provide the answers shortly, but I first want to comment on the rest of the complainant's specious and unfounded accusations. In the preamble to the September 1st petition, the complainants thanked the Board of Selectmen for the, quote, opportunity to reinforce and expand on our previously stated issues and concerns, unquote. They state that they, quote, appreciate the Selectmen's first step of removal of Mr. Bartolini as chairman of the ZBA. This statement is false and misleading. As indicated in the minutes of the executive session on August 2nd, Mr. Bartolini suggested and proposed a reorganization of the ZBA that would elect a new chairman. That would be in effect for the next hearing. This statement of what happened in the executive session is a clear example of how the complainants distort and intentionally misstate actual facts. They rely on their supporting materials, which, except for a letter dated August 22nd, 2016 from Carrie J. DeBla Mello, go back to 2007 and primarily to 2010 to support their position that there is a pattern to Leo's behavior. This information is still dated, inaccurate, and irrelevant to the present proceedings. What is relevant is that the same people who were out to get Leo in 2010 are still trying to get him in 2016. The Board of Selectmen, who reappointed Leo in 2013, were aware of the prior complaints. The question that you should ask yourselves is, why have there been no similar complaints in 6 years against Leo Bartolini? He has sat on dozens of hearings in those 6 years, but until this group of Southborough residents, who are spearheaded by longtime political enemies of Leo, became interested in a major project in the town, there have been no complaints against him. The only real difference in the two petitions, other than an increased number of alleged signatories of alleged registered voters, is the new allegation by complainants of alleged sexist and appalling treatment of women who comment at ZBA hearings. And then this is their words. At a recent hearing, he referred to a 35-year-old woman as, quote, that girl, unquote. We most strongly request that the Selectmen require that Mr. Bartolini issue a written apology to this woman taxpayer immediately, and that the Selectmen publicly admonish Mr. Bartolini for his appalling behavior. This statement is incredible, with its inaccuracy and vitriol directed at Leo. The complainants charge Leo with sexist and appalling treatment of women, plural, but only have one actual example of what they perceive to be the sexist and appalling behavior. This type of distortion is typical of the claimant's modus operandi. With respect to Carrie J. DeBlois Mello, I strongly suggest that the board view that portion of the videotape from the August 8th, 2016 ZBA meeting. The complainants and Mr. Blois Mello have taken a simple, innocent, and innocuous comment by Leo and intentionally misconstrued, misinterpreted, misrepresented Leo's reference to that girl. There was no sexist intent on Leo's part. He did not remember Mr. Blois Mello's name, which is not the easiest name to remember if you just heard it once. And so he referred to her in a very even, conversational tone of voice as that girl. He was actually agreeing with something that Mr. Blois Mello had said. As I stated earlier, Leo is 66 years old. He referred to her in a way that many septuagenarians would use. His generation, of which I am a member, used different nomenclature than the millennials, but in so doing, it does not make us sexist. According to the 1988 New Lexicon Webster's Dictionary, to which I refer regularly, the definition of a girl is the following. It's a noun, a female child, a young unmarried woman, popular, a single or married woman at any age, a female servant, maid, etc. For the record, this is a copy of the definition. I offer that as evidence. And these
All right, hey.
heckling and remarks are consistent with the kind of behavior that these people and the manner in which they conducted themselves at hearings that Leo was involved.
All right, Mr. Heller, your comment is well taken. I'd ask the members of the audience to please keep silent while this hearing is going on.
And to those individuals who think it's funny to make allegations against a man and call him a sexist and appalling.
So before we proceed, I just want to note for the record that I've received an excerpt from the New Lexicon Webster's Dictionary of the English Language.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask, I assume Mr. Heller is going to provide me with copies of the tapes that he presented earlier and copies of these.
I'll be happy. I don't have them tonight, but I'll be happy to provide them, Mr. Brackett, absolutely. All right, and apropos of what I started to say, since the complainants think they found nirvana with this sexist complaint, let's look at Ms. Blois Mello's letter. I suggest that it is over the top and that she has made a mountain out of a molehill, which is another generational reference. Mr. Blois Mello's statement that Leo was incredibly disrespectful in referring to her as a girl and that she highly doubts that he would have addressed a male member of the community who is her age as the boy is pure speculation on her part and demonstrates that she does not understand the generational difference between her and Leo. The fact is that it would be more likely than not that Leo would refer to a male in a similar circumstances as that boy or that guy. I have many female friends who are Mr. Blois Mello's age, right on up to my age. And I venture to speculate, you three members of the board, have frequently heard adult women say things like, I'm going out with the girls tonight, or that the girls are coming over to play cards or have coffee. Are women who use that terminology sexist? Mr. Blois Mello is the one who should be admonished for her request that Leo be removed from the ZBA for his, quote, antiquated and disrespectful behavior. This statement is offensive to Leo and men of our generation and men of all ages, and it reeks of age and class discrimination from a 35-year-old woman with a master's degree toward a senior blue-collar citizen who dropped out of high school. Perhaps the Board of Selectmen should consider asking Mr. Blois Mello for a written letter of apology to a duly appointed member of the ZBA for her insensitive age discrimination remarks. The two additional allegations about Leo having to constantly be corrected for erroneous statements is exaggerated and inaccurate. On some occasions, town council has corrected him, but given the hours and hours of hearings on an occasional unintentional error or misstatement is not unusual. The complainants are not immune from making false, misleading, or incorrect statements, both in their dealings with the Board of Selectmen relative to this removal request and especially at the ZBA public hearings. Finally, the reference of process missteps, including reference to the safe harbor oversight, which ascribes alleged blame for things and duties not in the purview of the chairman of the ZBA, although it sounds serious, is yet another smokescreen raised by the complainants without a basis in fact. The Board of Selectmen have already made a determination based on the initial July 9th, 2016 petition to not remove Leo Bartolini. The rehash of those 5 allegations tonight was and is inappropriate and is tantamount to subjecting Leo to double jeopardy. Your decision tonight should be based solely on whether the quote-unquote new allegations provide you with a sufficient basis to remove Leo from the ZBA. We say it falls woefully short of any reasonable standard for removal. In conclusion, I said that I would address the apparent motives and agenda of the complainants and the ramifications to the town of Southborough. Their primary agenda is twofold. First, there is a long-standing animus between some of the leaders of the citizens group that goes back to 2010 and before. Much of it is political, just as the present issues between the planning board and ZBA are political. You are all savvy politicians and know the machinations of Southborough politics, and you would be hard-pressed to deny the political overtones of this removal movement. The second prong of the complainant's agenda is to try to derail the decisions of the ZBA with respect to the grant of the use variance to Park Central in the comprehensive permit. It is no coincidence that Monty Houlihan, Karen Hanlon-Shimkus, Carrie Dubois Mello, and several Flag Street area residents filed a lawsuit on September 13th, 2016, which is their legal right, against ZBA members Leo Bartolini, David Eagle, and Paul DePranos, and against Park Central LLC and William DePietri. There are other lawsuits pending and others that may surface. I mean, you've heard Attorney Brackett tell you there could be multiple lawsuits, all of which are trying to undermine the decisions of the Southborough ZBA. It is obvious that the complainants think that the removal of Leo from the ZBA for cause will give them some advantage in their lawsuits, and that if any court remands a case to the ZBA for further action, that the removal of Leo will be beneficial for them. At the November 3rd preliminary hearing, in which the Board of Selectmen gave the complainants an hour or so to present their case without Leo there was a discussion about the unprecedented nature of a removal hearing of a sitting member of a board based on the allegations of a group of citizens. Just as the complainants have First Amendment rights to freedom of speech, so do elected and appointed officials of towns. Leo Bartolini has exercised his First Amendment rights to express his opinions and to conduct meetings as chairman of the ZBA as he deems appropriate. The real issue for the Board of Selectmen is whether, in exercising his First Amendment rights, did he abridge the rights of the public to speak and express their opinions. Contrary to what the complainants have alleged, the evidence as seen in the videotapes of the hearings, which we have entered into the record as exhibits, clearly and unequivocally show that the residents, abutters, and interested parties had multiple opportunities to express their opinions, and Leo Bartolini afforded them these opportunities. The precedent that you would be setting for removing a person from the ZBA because the people are dissatisfied by the results of the fully vetted process afforded to them, or because they have old axes to grind against the individual, or because they do not like his demeanor or his manner of saying things, is a very dangerous road to travel and will empower and embolden others who don't like a board member or a decision of a board to seek removal of a person. There has been no allegation or suggestion even of malfeasance by against Leo Bartolini. He has not been charged with a criminal offense or with anything that would justify his removal or that would stand up in a court in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The Board of Selectmen has a proven tool at your disposal in cases where you think a person should not continue on a board, and that is the power to reappoint or not reappoint. Leo Bartolini has 2 more years in his 5-year term. He is the senior member of the ZBA with a wealth of knowledge and with the historical perspective necessary on a board like the ZBA. By the way, he's not a dinosaur. The next senior member is Paul Drapanos, who has been on the ZBA for 3 years. Next senior member, 3 years. The complex issues that constantly are brought before the ZBA require experienced and dedicated individuals. To remove Leo Bartolini from the ZBA, a man with the experience and dedication to the town of Southborough will deprive the other 98% of the citizens who did not sign the removal petition from benefiting from the knowledge and experience that Leo Bartolini brings to the ZBA. On behalf of Leo Bartolini, I urge the Board of Selectmen to do what is right, even if it does not seem to you to be the most politically expedient thing to do, and to not remove Leo Bartolini as a member of the ZBA. Thank you for your attention to this part of our presentation. At this time, I would introduce some additional demonstrative evidence, and I have some testimony depending on how much time we have left.
Okay, just to be clear, you have about 12 minutes.
All right. One of the things that I would enter into the record is a letter from Paul Drapanos, who's a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. He could not be here tonight. I will introduce this to you.
Okay, I received a letter from Paul Drapanos to the Southborough Board of Selectmen dated December 5, 2016.
He says, in reference to the citizen petition, I would like to disagree with most of the points.
Chairman, may I just ask, if this is going to be read in, do I have a copy I can read?
Sure you can.
Or this matter is in-
I'm only going to read part of it. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. He basically says that he would like to disagree with most of the points made and publicly give my support to Lee Bartolini as a fellow ZBA member. Lee consistently serves the town in a professional manner with the highest regard to its citizens and their well-being. He has donated countless hours to serve the town on a purely volunteer basis and with no ulterior motives or agendas. He often goes beyond what is required to make sure all matters before him in the ZBA are thoroughly investigated and properly vetted. His historical knowledge of past events and insight on current issues has been invaluable to the ZBA in our meetings. Some of the reasons stated in the citizen petition that were either incorrect or that I disagree with, I'm not going to read them for the sake of time, but they're part of the record, and I urge the board to read them and review them. He says, unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the hearing in person due to a previous work-related engagement. However, I would like it to be noted that Lee has done an admirable job as a ZBA member. I did not want him to step down as chairman and would like to see him remain on the board. For many years, Lee has served the town and its citizens well, and hopefully will continue to do so for many more years. I think that's, so at this time, I would like to start presenting some witnesses. I have basically 3 witnesses. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in the 10 minutes allotted, and if that is the case, then I would invoke my Mr. Bartolini's rights under the original memorandum that was sent to us that said if we're not able to finish tonight, that we'd let you know, that the hearing would not be closed, and that we would be afforded another date to conclude our case. I would suggest again that we probably need maybe another half-hour tops to get everything in, and I would suggest it makes more sense to do it tonight, and I would ask the board to give us that opportunity.
Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll let you know when the 45 minutes is up, and at that point, we'll assess where we are.
Okay. At this point, I would like to call Desiree Azabikian. Ask her to take the podium. I'm going to ask her a few questions.
Sure.
So all the witnesses.
Yeah, do you want to swear in all your witnesses? Save
All
time.
right, sure. Mr. Catanzaro, Mr. Bourne.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the evidence you're about to give in this case now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Now, state your full name for the record.
Desiree Asabikian,
And where do you live?
137 Woodland Road,
In Southborough?
Southborough.
Native Southborough person, lived here all your life?
Lived here all my life. My family goes back to the 1920s.
And you've served as an elected official on 2 terms on 2 different school boards?
Correct.
You have served on the Police Chief Search Committee?
Correct.
Appointed by the town moderator to serve on the Public Works Planning Board?
Correct.
You are interested in
Excuse
what
me,
goes on in
counsel.
this town?
I think media is saying that mic is not on.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
All right, and so you're very interested in what goes on in the town?
Oh, I've been interested in what's been going on in the town since I was about 14 years old.
You come to almost all the selectmen meetings,
Yes.
and you've attended zoning board of appeal meetings?
I attend zoning board of appeal meetings, and I often watch them on TV because I work on Wednesday nights.
Okay. And would you share with the Board of Selectmen some of your observations and experiences at the zoning board, or watching the zoning board of appeals, particularly as it relates to the controversy before which you're testify?
Sure. I think the Zoning Board of Appeals, when Mr. Bartolini was the chairman, he conducts meetings similarly to how the Board of Selectmen select meetings. When there's a public hearing, he often asks for people that are proponents or that support or oppose a particular hearing that evening to identify themselves and to speak in an orderly fashion. It's not contrary to any other types of meetings or any meetings that I've chaired myself.
Have you had in-person and observations of people in attendance at the zoning board meetings, especially with respect to the Central Park issue? Have you had an opportunity
Sure.
to view their demeanor and see them in action?
Sure.
And share what your observations with the Board of Selectmen, please.
Sure. Several times there are members of the Flag Road contingent, people that are opponents of the Park Central project that, for lack of better words, can appear to be hostile toward the committee, the ZBA, and sometimes speak out of turn or don't wait to be called. They speak from the room. I have seen it.
They laugh and make statements when someone else
Sure.
is making a presentation?
They get loud, yes, and it's not just with Park Central, it was with the most recently it was with the marijuana debate as well.
Based on your knowledge and involvement in town government, town affairs, your observations at all these meetings, do you have an opinion with respect to the removal of Leo Bartolini from the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Objection. I don't think this witness's opinion is relevant to the board's proceedings.
It's as relevant as that the
Let me
opinion...
finish my objection, please. That decision, the ultimate decision is for the board under 48 Section 12, not this witness.
Well, with all due respect to Mr. Brackett, his clients have been giving opinions all night. He certainly gave...
I'm gonna allow the opinion. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. What's your opinion with respect to this removal process and whether Leo should be removed?
Well, the process in and of itself, I think, is going down a very unprecedented, slippery slope. I think in general, what the town will subject itself to is multiple petitions to remove a lot of different people of which they don't share the similar decision and they don't share a like of personality for that person. I think that that's basically what this comes down to. A group of people who did not like a decision, and it's combated by the fact that they don't particularly care for Mr. Bartolini's personality. I think the fact that the Board of Selectmen has even gone down this road opens up a very dangerous, unprecedented situation for our town, and I think that it does not serve the people of this community very well at all.
And one final thing. You've had a chance to read their petition, and
yes, I have it in front of me.
They attempt to speak for they say things like there's continued loss of public confidence, and they give 3 or 4 different bullet points about how public confidence has been lost.
Sure.
You talk to a lot of people in the town, do you not?
I do talk to a lot of people in town.
What has been your experience in talking to people with respect to whether or not there's a loss of public confidence in Leo Bartolini from anyone other than the people who are directly involved in this petition?
Objection on the basis of hearsay. Is this witness going to justify the conversation she's had with people who are not here to testify tonight?
Overruled.
Thank you.
In my experience, just with talking with friends and neighbors, most people concur with my belief in that this is a political witch hunt. It's a smear campaign against Mr. Bartolini, and it's just not right. To put somebody in peril like this and to say that they're sexist or that they've lost confidence or that they've have process missteps, etc. When somebody Googles Mr. Bartolini's name, all of these articles are going to come up. This can negatively affect his business. It can negatively affect his ability to provide for his family. This is not...
This has answered the question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned when we started that we weren't going to follow strict rules of evidence. your witnesses testified in a narrative fashion. They gave opinions. I'm going to allow Mr. Heller the same latitude.
Thank you, Mr. Norris.
And I kind of
we're
lost
down
track
to-
of what I was saying, but
We're down to 5 minutes.
but I do believe that others in town have the similar belief as I, that this is just a very bad road to go down. And Mr. Bartolini has not exhibited the allegations that have set forth against him by this particular subset of the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask, he was not on my witness list, but he's going to testify very briefly, and that would be James Bourne, who works for Ken's.
Was he one of the ones who was sworn?
Chairman,
Yeah,
I'm going to object.
he's been sworn.
Chairman, I'm going to object to any witness whose name was not included on our list. We submitted our list by 5 p.m. on Thursday the 1st as required. Mr. Heller was allowed until Friday the 2nd to submit his witness list. He hasn't supplemented it before tonight's hearing, so I object to the introduction of this witness without notice to the petitioners.
Well, we had no obligation. It's not a court of law. We had no obligation to give anybody notice of our witnesses. As a courtesy, I'd made it clear to Mr. Purple I didn't agree with that, but in order to comply and to be cooperative, I gave you a list of witnesses. This witness became available to me today. I would ask that he be allowed to speak. He's got very.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I wasn't provided notice with today, as of today, that Mr.
Doesn't matter. I didn't have to provide you with notice of anything,
All right,
Mr.
now-
Brackett.
Not to be interrupted.
Let's,
I wasn't provided with the courtesy of advance notice even today before tonight's hearing.
And I wasn't
addition to the
provided with the
witnesses.
courtesy of
Okay,
of a conflict of
Mr.
interest
Heller,
position
Mr. Heller.
that was
Mr. Heller.
presented, that was not part of this process.
All right, we're gonna take turns here. So, okay, so I've heard Mr. Brackett's objection. You don't have a lot of time left. I'm gonna let you put on this witness.
He's a very brief witness. Then I have one other witness that is gonna take more time, and if we're not gonna get to him tonight, then I'm gonna ask for a continuance of the hearing to allow that.
We'll deal with that in about 2 minutes.
All right, Mr. Bourne, would you please state your name for the record and tell us where you work?
James Bourne, 325 Turnpike Ave.
And for whom do you work?
Ken's Foods.
Okay. Now, have you had occasion to have involvement with the Zoning Board of Appeals and interaction with Mr. Leo Bartolini?
I have, we appeared about 10 times over the last 2-3 years.
And you were there on behalf of your employer, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the type things that you were there for?
Clarification of operating hours. We tried to have an expansion in our facility, and then we had a variance to go beyond the 35-foot height.
And so you were at least 10 meetings. Do you have interaction with the neighbors of Ken's?
I do.
And fair to say the neighbors were not initially how would you describe, were not favorable to what you were trying to do, is that right?
Initially, yes. We were opposed to each other, and we worked together and moved forward.
And in his role as chairman, what were your observations as to his interaction with respect to the citizens who came before him and his concerns for their concerns?
I thought he was tough on us at Ken's, and I thought he was tough on the neighbors. He had everybody working for a mutual agreement that everybody could live with.
And through his leadership, was an agreement worked out in the sense that through conditions set by the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes.
And were those conditions favorable to the neighborhood?
They were.
So it's fair to say he heard and listened to and reacted positively to the concerns of the citizens of that neighborhood?
He did.
Did he give everyone an opportunity to be heard at these hearings?
He did.
Both pro and con?
Yes.
And you Give you an opinion based on your, just based on your involvement with Mr. Bartolini as to whether you think this board should retain him as a zoning board member.
I can only say that my dealings with Mr. Bartoloni were very fair and even-handed. So I don't have an opinion on beyond that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heller. So that finishes the 45 minutes that you've been allotted.
And I would ask for approximately another 15 minutes or so to have my final witness be able to testify. If not, then I request another date. I'm going by the rules set forth by this board, and if you deny me that, then that's a denial of due process.
So I want to turn that to the board to make a determination on whether to grant him an extra amount of time, whatever that is.
So I would respectfully suggest we do not. I think there's been a significant amount of testimony given, enough where we can, I think we can come to a determination without having, we start down with another 15 minutes and that goes another 30 and another day goes by and someone's going to want more time. Something else is going to come up. The parameters have been set and I suggest we stick to them.
The rules of the road that we voted on and distributed to the parties do allow for a request for another date. I agree and disagree with Mr. Galenda. I do agree that we've heard plenty. In the interests of not having to come back, I would ask, through the chair, Mr. Norris, whether the petitioners would be seeking an additional 15 minutes if we were to allow the respondent to do so.
I don't know what they would be seeking, but, I think
why don't we ask them?
Yeah, that's fair. So if Mr. Brackett?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, since I made this request as part of my initial presentation, if you're going to honor Mr. Heller's request at this point, yes, I would ask for an equal amount of time. I'd like to be able to finish with the witnesses who are here tonight who would like to testify and finish with the presentation of the PowerPoint presentation for those assembled and for the members of the board.
If Mr. Heller has one additional witness, perhaps 10 minutes would be sufficient, and an additional 10 for the other side, and we can finish this up tonight. I do note, though, Mr. Brackett, that a good 5 minutes of response time was filled with your objections, and this is not as was stated, it's not a court of law, and the standard rules of evidence are not in play here. I do think the objections were not well-founded. I think the witnesses for the respondent were testifying in a manner identical to yours. So I'm inclined to maybe, Mr. Norris, give about 10 more minutes each, if that'll do it.
Again, I was going to be amenable to allowing the 15 minutes for each side, again, in a manner so that we can complete this portion of the hearing this evening.
So if we do that, then we have agreement from both parties at 15 more minutes from either side and no additional request for additional time or additional dates after that. Do we have an agreement on that?
Well, I was satisfied to get the 15 minutes. I'm not satisfied, and I'm not going to waive an objection should this go beyond the Board of Selectmen, to my objection made earlier that these folks had over an hour to present a case.
You know what, I've been quiet on that, Mr. Heller. You know what, that was a regularly scheduled, posted selectmen's meeting at which citizens are allowed to speak and do so at every one of our meetings. Characterizing it as a pre-hearing or a separate hearing is frankly baseless as far as I'm concerned. So please, let's just dispense with that.
That's fine. That's your opinion. I have mine. I'm not going to raise it again. I'm just protecting my client's rights on the record.
Understood.
Which is what I'm hired to do.
My question remains.
So my answer to you was that I will, I believe my witness can wrap it up in 15 minutes, so I will be satisfied. I only had one more witness, and as long as I get him to get his 15 minutes of testimony, I am satisfied.
Okay, and then, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will abide by the 15 minutes.
So by the 10 o'clock hour, and there no additional requests from either party to move this and continue
I
it
will
another
not
day?
ask for a continuation to another date.
Sir? Same?
If Mr. Heller is going to reserve his right to continue another date, I
No, he
certainly
just
want to
said he-
reserve my right, understanding that the board may deny both of us, but I would want to
That's
have
not
that
what I said.
reservation.
He just said he would not.
Oh, he said he
You
would not.
misheard me.
Well,
You
I'm sorry,
misheard me.
I misheard you. I withdraw my question.
Same?
Same.
Thank you.
All those in favor, additional?
All right, I call Angelo Catanzaro to the witness stand. He was sworn in, so you.
Closed.
Good evening, Angelo Catanzaro. I think most members of this board and members of the public know that I'm an attorney. I live and work in Ashland. I represent Bill DePietri, and I've been his attorney for 5 or 6 years. I've appeared before this board, other boards in this town, and most notably the zoning board on the Park Central matter for about 2.5 years now. I've appeared before the zoning board probably on other matters. I don't really recall, but most of the time I've appeared as representative of Bill DePietri or his companies. It's difficult for me to separate myself from being Mr. DePietri's lawyer this evening, and so I'm not going to even try because he is my client. But for the past 2.5 years, I've spent more time between 7 and 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock on Wednesday nights in this room than I have in my living room. And most of the time, okay, if not all of the time, it was because of the zoning board. And getting the opportunity to observe Mr. Bartolini and the board conduct the public hearings that have resulted in the decisions, which is the real reason that, in my view, we are here tonight. One of the other, or maybe it was Mr. Heller, suggested to you that the reason that we're here tonight is dissatisfaction over certain decisions regarding Park Central. That's the only reason that we're here tonight, okay? The attempt to remove Leo Bartolini is a direct reaction, okay, to those folks' dissatisfaction with those decisions. The first decision was a use variance, and I don't disagree with what Attorney Brackett said. It is an unusual form of zoning relief. But that issue was fully vetted by town council, and what I would like this board to recall is that that use variance was the result, okay, of negotiations in a process that were instigated by Mr. Bartolini when there were other opponents to this project because of the location of the 40B houses directly behind their homes. Those people, okay, and I don't believe any of them are in the room today because I understand that there has been now a dispute within the neighborhood over those people who supported the use variance and the people who do not, okay, feel like they've been ostracized by their neighbors. But when this project started, it was our goal that we were going to build a 40B project right adjacent to the homes on Tara Road and Bantry and Blackthorn. Mr. Bartolini requested that we change the nature of that 40B project from a for-sale project to a rental project. Mr. DePietri's initial reaction, okay, and my initial reaction was no, that's not what we want to do. We want to build a 40B for-sale project. And it's very simple. It's a better project in terms of the economics and the financing. Mr. Bartolini encouraged us to consider other options. The town planner became involved. The town planner had suggested maybe a different kind of use for that area, a different kind of residential use. And that's how this use variance concept was spawned. Now, at that time, the comprehensive permit hearings were going forward, okay? These discussions weren't behind that, behind closed doors. They were part of the comprehensive permit discussions. The neighbors were represented by an attorney by the name of Dan Hill, who presented the zoning board with a list of 54 residents of this town who he represented. And it was through that process, okay, that we finally negotiated a resolution with 5 of those direct abutters. In truth, I thought that more of the direct abutters were going to be part of the process, but ultimately, 5 of Mr. Hill's clients signed a settlement agreement, okay, that's saying that they would support a use variance. That use variance was the result not just of that hearing that everyone is accusing of having Mr. Bartolini jam through on May 27th, 2015. It was the part of a process. At Mr. Bartolini's suggestion, the special consultant for 40B, Ed Marchant, mediated the agreement. We had meetings with Mr. Marchant, Mr. DePietri, I, and some of the abutters and their attorney. So that whole process was vetted out over a period of 3 or 4 months. This was nothing that was jammed down anybody's throat. And that's what they want you to believe, that this man orchestrated some sort of a charade to get this project done. The deal that was essentially struck was that if anyone appealed the use variance, the deal was over with and we would proceed with our project, okay? Even though Mr. DePietri had spent tens of thousands of dollars redesigning the project so as to accommodate what we thought was going to be an accommodation. What is significant is that not one of these people, nobody, appealed the use variance. Many of these people have appealed the comprehensive permit, but not one of them have appealed the use variance. Now, Mr. Brackett has told you that, black letter law is, that these use variances, can't stand. They have to go through a certain process. But part of the process is that if you believe that the Zoning Board of Appeals exceeded its authority in issuing the use variance, you appeal. That's what 40A-17 tells you to do. One of the grounds is it exceeded its authority. But yet, nobody appealed. And that use variance wasn't granted by the zoning board without the consultation of town council. Now, he didn't tell them what to do, okay, but he set out the parameters of what they could do. But yet, ever since that date, okay, when the public hearing process proceeded with the comprehensive permit, all that we have heard is that the Zoning Board of Appeal exceeded its authority. Well, the fact of the matter is that once that variance was not appealed, it's the law of the case. They had the right to appeal it. Now, some of these people have appealed the comprehensive permit, and that's their right, like Attorney Heller said, and we will deal with that issue, okay, when we get into Superior Court, or whatever court it was that they brought their action in. So, I really believe that this is nothing more than a collateral attack on my client's right to do what we were approved by. I've heard all of the testimony, and I've been in all these public hearings, okay? I've sat with my back to the public, and I've heard snickers. A lot of time, people in the audience were rude and disrespectful. As has been described to you, Mr. Bartolini is not a college graduate. He doesn't have his PhD. Has he said things that were wrong or inaccurate? Many times, okay? But it was never with any malicious intent. I heard him being accused, I don't know whether it was tonight or at the November 3rd hearing, of being a bully. He's not being a bully. A lot of times he was defending himself. A lot of times he was defending his position. I think that it would be a travesty, okay, if you remove him because these folks are dissatisfied with the result of the hearings that have taken place. They have their appeal in court. Go for it, okay? Maybe they will win that case in court and the comprehensive permit will be thrown aside. According to Attorney Brackett, apparently that's what's going to happen. So be it. But to remove him, to punish him, okay, for orchestrating what he really believed was a good deal for this town, no more 40Bs for 20 or 30 years from now, that was his motivation, and he said it over and over and over again, okay? And we bought into it. Attorney Hill's clients bought into it, but only after the fact, now that they don't buy into it any longer, okay, that they want to make him the scapegoat. And I just think it's entirely inappropriate. Like Mr. Heller said, you appointed him for 5 years, or whatever the term was, he should be allowed to continue out on his term, because what they're trying to do now is to punish him for something that they're dissatisfied with because they didn't take the opportunity when they had it to appeal it.
One additional question. During this process, the zoning board normally has 5 board members sitting. My understanding is that the board was reduced at some point to 4, and then actually 3. And it would require a vote of 3 for the various permits to be granted, comprehensive permit, other things. Is that correct?
And I don't recall the exact history. There was a former member who had to disqualify himself because his law firm represented the abutter Cumberland Farm. So that left us down to 4. Then there was another member, and I think it was because she left town, okay, and had remained on the board. That left us down to 3. We were given the opportunity, the issue was discussed with town council, whether or not we wanted to take the risk of going with 3, because it would require 3 votes in order to obtain a comprehensive permit. Whereas if you had a board of 5, it would only take 4 out of 5. You would have
The point, though, that I'm trying to make is that Leo Bartolini was not a one-man board. He didn't vote, he didn't have 3 votes. It was a vote of 3 individuals duly appointed by the Board of Selectmen to serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals, who listened to hours and hours and hours of testimony, and it was that 3-person board that made the decisions for which these folks are trying to hold Mr. Bartolini solely accountable.
Well, obviously, the comprehensive permit was 3-0. The variance was 4-1, which was also a requisite vote. And yes, I mean, obviously, the board considered what had been said at all of the public hearings, and that's what they made their decision on. If there was one fault, and we mentioned this earlier, and I've appeared at, I don't know, dozens and dozens and dozens of zoning board meetings, planning board meetings, throughout the eastern Massachusetts. Okay, the amount of time that Mr. Bartolini, okay, gave to the public to make their case, to state their objections, to state their position, was at times, to me, a disservice to the entire process. Okay, there were many times when I was sitting in that chair where I would wanted to stand up and say, Mr. Chairman, and I probably did say it several times, enough. We have heard the same thing over and over. I've made that statement several times. So to suggest that he's cut people off, that they did not have the opportunity to present information during this process is absurd. Okay? It's simply not true. They had all the opportunity in the world that they could present what they wanted to, yet they selected to have the same people come out and throw darts at Mr. Bartolini. I think sometimes throw darts at me or Mr. DePietri, throw darts at Mr. Cipriano, and it became a very, the temperament in the room was such that almost controlled what was going on. And it provoked sometimes Mr. Bartolini, okay, and even when Mr. Eagle was the chairman in the last 2 hearings, or the 3 hearings, you could see what was going on in the audience. Mr. Eagle, who was a very, quiet guy, easy-mannered guy, he had to try to control the comments from these people in the audience who were provoking the board and provoking Mr. Bartolini. So, again, I said my piece. You know that I represent Mr. DePietri. You know that I think that the comprehensive permit decision was a good one. And I certainly believe that even though Mr. Bartolini is certainly different, he does not deserve to be removed for cause, because I don't think that they have proven anything.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Are you
Have how much?
set? 2 minutes?
Well, I'm going to, for the sake of getting us out early, I will waive my last 2 minutes. I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to have all our witnesses heard, and for us to present to you what we feel is a very strong defense to removal, and we would urge and implore this board to not set a terrible precedent for the town of Southborough, starting by removing Mr. Bartolini.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heller. Mr. Brackett, you have 15 minutes.
You want the seat back? Please.
Okay.
Chairman, the next witness will be Karen Hanlon-Shimkus. I won't go through a question and answer in the interest of time. I'll just allow her to make a statement.
Okay, were you previously sworn?
Who's this?
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give in this case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth? Oh, okay. No, if you were, that's fine. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give in this case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, please state your name and continue.
Karen Shimkus, Lindbergh Road. I'd like to correct some very gross mischaracterizations that were just presented to this audience and to the board. Very insulting and borders on slanderous. Terribly gross mischaracterizations. In terms of not being cut off, not true. I personally was cut off at the 8/24 comprehensive permit decision hearing. And there was some communication just before I was cut off. I got up to the podium and they cut off public comment then, and there was a line of people behind me. The citizens of this town, including myself, just love the town as much as everyone sitting on the board, and we just want to see the law applied correctly. Bylaws and Mass General Law. And that is the reason we're here tonight. It is absolutely false and absolutely slanderous that we're motivated by anything different. We love the town, we just want to see the law applied correctly. It has nothing to do with dissatisfaction over a single decision, although it is integral to the process. You can't help but draw that in, and out of concern and out of love for the town, we come and tell you that something has gone wrong. I can tell you I have had a 25-year career in commercial real estate, evaluating large-scale projects. The minute I picked up that use variance, I knew something was wrong. The minute I picked up the use variance, I knew something was wrong. The use variance and the comprehensive permit were both drafted by the developer's attorney, apparently. So that, to me, is very problematic. The fact that it was brought up that the issue was fully vetted, I do not believe it was. Public comment was cut off. There was absolutely no copies provided to the public that night on 8/24. On the video, you saw Mr. Dennington, who is a fellow ZBA member and now chair, objecting procedurally to deciding something the same night that something is presented. Well, I'll tell you, in that marathon jam session, with the public not having any physical copy of the decision in hand, that's exactly what happened. And being in the profession for 25 years, I can tell you I tried as best I could to follow along with that document, and I couldn't do it because it had been cut and pasted and moved around the sections of it. The 54 residents that Mr. Catanzaro claims is a part of an agreement is part of what I call the big lie. It is a gross misrepresentation. There are many other abutters. If you just look at the abutter list that are now on the appeal, it outnumbers the abutters that are on the agreement. It is also a very gross misrepresentation that there is some ill will between the neighborhoods and the neighbors. That is slanderous and false. Slanderous and false. Those people, many of them signed under duress, I believe. So if you do your own proper inquiry into this matter, you can ask them, what happened. Not jammed down anyone's throat. I can tell you I disagree with that. The people who have gotten up and given testimony, they're entitled to their own opinion, but they're not entitled to mischaracterize what has happened. They're not entitled to that. There was the voice of the public was heard at town meeting. You had a record number show up, 600 to 700 people perhaps. The vote on use variances was town-wide, 492 people to 25 people. And the 25 people who were wanting to keep it were members of the ZBA directly. I was observing them right in front of me, sitting together and voting together. At any rate, I'm a little indignant over the way this has been characterized. It's not true. We're a neighborhood community that loves one another and looks out for one another and just wants the best for the community and the town, and that includes following the law. Thank you.
Good evening. John Green, 10 Tower Road. A few of the things that Mr. Catanzaro had stated bothered me. The 54 people that he claims were anybody that gave 50 cents to the attorney fund. They had no idea what that was going into, so it's not 54 neighbors that were in agreement with anything. The 6 families, or 5 families, I believe, that agreed to enter into an agreement was actually an agreement to allow grading onto their property as a worst-case scenario. There was no plan at the time, right? They had no idea this information was going to all of a sudden appear into a use variance. Nobody knew that, right? And we can go out, we can ask them, and we can ask them in a court of law. They had no idea it was going into a use variance. So the night of 5/27/15, in which very few of the folks were actually there, Mr. Bartolini here bullied the other members of the board. You watch it on the tape, to vote on an empty use variance. There was nothing in the use variance. There was no conditions, there was no signed agreement, there was no agreement provided to anybody, and I don't think that Attorney Cipriano over here is innocent either. I think it was gross negligence on his part in representing the ZBA at that meeting. There was no way that a town council would allow an empty use variance to be voted on. It's ridiculous. How does that happen? How does that happen? Nobody understood the use variance at the time. There was no plan, right? So you ask why didn't anybody appeal it? There was a 20-day appeal process. The use variance was approved, I think, at 11:30 at night, 12 o'clock at night. Very minimal people there. Do you send out a notice? Hey, we just got a use variance. Pretty sure that Mr. DePietri didn't do that, right? Nobody had the plan. What are we appealing, right? It's all backwards. The whole thing happened backwards at the review of Mr. Bartolini. He allowed it to happen, right? So you ask, is this about what happened during this whole process? Yes. The process wasn't followed correctly. The way Mr. Bartolini handled the process was not above board. He didn't allow us to speak, right? We had how many meetings, right? But we ended up with 21 of 21 waivers for a site plan review, and the site plan review never even happened at the ZBA. Nobody did a site plan review. They gave the planning board 4 areas out of 21 that they could review, but before they got a plan to review it, they waived it in the comprehensive permit. 21 of 21. Oh, and to add into those waivers, we added another open-ended waiver in case Mr. DePietri needed another waiver for any which reason. We were going to grant that too. So I ask you, what ZBA chair and what attorney allows that to happen? Insane. It's absolutely insane, the process that went down here. And the whole time, Mr. Bartolini did not allow people to speak, interrupted us, told us that this is the way it was going to be, that the traffic is fine, that everything is fine. Yes, we had multiple meetings, same conversations. Did anything come of them? No, because Mr. Bartolini didn't want it to happen. So over and over again, we were shut down. We were not allowed to express our opinions. We essentially, what did the citizens get? We talked about this for 2 years. We got 21 of 21 waivers and a use variance for 320 units with traffic that goes out to Flag Road that's not safe in one exit point. One main exit, entrance and exit. You can't even do that with like a 5-6 lot subdivision. It's insane. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in the few minutes I have, I'd just like to restate an issue. Mr. Heller has not rebutted our allegation that Mr. Bartolini has falsified his conflict of interest forms. They're not only incomplete, but they contain false and inconsistent information regarding his business ties to Mr. DePietri. And on the surface, it would appear that there are multiple provisions of the conflict of interest statute that are invoked here. Section 19, financial interest in a particular matter before the zoning board. Definition of financial interest, as I read earlier.
Mr. Morris, I object. This is beyond the scope of this hearing. I had suggested to this board that this was improperly before the board, and I think it's inappropriate for him to keep harping on something that we had no advance notice of, the board did not have notice, it's not part of the original charges against my client, And I think you should not allow him to go on any further with respect to this.
Mr. Rackett, how do you respond to that?
Since there was no objection when I presented it,
I
as part of my,
objected
as
from the
part of my
get-go.
direct case, I think this is relevant to the proceeding, and it relates to the allegation in our 8-point claim that there are issues of process, including Mr. Bartolini's failure to abide by the rules that relate to his conduct as a member of the ZBA. So I think it's entirely relevant. Mr. Heller has raised a question that this somehow or other is a veiled attempt to get at Mr. Bartolini's First Amendment rights. I understand First Amendment rights. I represent appointing authorities throughout the state. I know exactly where the line is between First Amendment free speech protection on votes of board members, whether they're Selectmen, ZBA, Planning Board, Concom, any other town board. These are issues involving process and behavior. They're not talking about the ultimate vote. But I've suggested to you that the ultimate vote in these cases is tainted by all the process issues. It frankly represents a whole array of municipal law issues. The mistakes that have been made, the negotiation for variances, the blanket waivers. How do you render a decision where you grant a blanket waiver in the future without bringing the matter back before the ZBA under the comprehensive permit statute and then allowing the respective boards to participate in consideration of the waivers that are being requested at a future date? So how do you grant a carte blanche for future waivers in a comprehensive permit? I think it's illegal.
Mr. Norris, may I respond?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Heller has had his time. I don't.
Well,
So, I mean, are you speaking to your objection?
yes. I mean, Mr. Brackett is trying to turn the zoning, the Board of Selectmen into a court of law.
Sorry, you need a microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Brackett is trying to turn your board and trying to make issues that aren't before this board. These are issues that if he wants to raise, or if his people want to raise them, there are court cases pending. What he's trying to do is get the Board of Selectmen to make a ruling that is going to backdoor his clients into a favorable position in the Superior Court in the case that's pending and in other cases that may be filed after that. You are not the Superior Court. You are not the appellate court for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and you are not the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. He's raised issues. I let him, my objection, as soon as I was allowed to speak, I objected. The very first thing I said to this board was I objected to what he had brought up with respect to the conflict of interest, and that it was well beyond the scope of what was in the document that his clients filed with their petition. It was, again, another attempt to sabotage this hearing, to distort the real issues, and, they handed out their
Mr. Heller,
information tonight. So the point is, I don't think he should be allowed to go down that road. If he and his clients want to pursue that, they have ample avenues. They certainly know their way around, the court system, and that would be for another forum, but not for this Board of Selectmen. It goes well beyond the scope
Okay,
of this
Mr. Heller, so you've made your point, and your objection is noted. I caution Mr. Brackett that the board is going to consider, only the 8 areas that are encompassed in the petition and the notice of hearing. So with that, you have about 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, I know Mr. Heller just took 3 of my last 6 minutes, so I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. In charge 6, we allege process missteps. We allege that the conflict of interest issue was one of those many process missteps. And just to correct Mr. Heller, I can assure you, I won't wait for the Superior Court or the Land Court or the Supreme Judicial Court. The next avenue of appeal is the State Ethics Commission, which has jurisdiction to enforce the conflict of interest statute. And if Mr. Bartolini hasn't followed the process under Section 22 to request an opinion, and then based on an opinion, file an appropriate disclosure or recuse himself if he has a financial interest. The reason the legislature said a detailed statement of facts in a request for a legal opinion under the Ethics Commission standards is in order to ensure that whoever is rendering that opinion, Mr. Cipriano, the State Ethics Commission, or any other attorney hired by the town for that, is so they understand exactly what's going on. These do not represent detailed statements of facts. They represent conclusory statements that Mr. Bartolini chooses to put down. This represents the integrity of the zoning decision-making process. I can't impress that upon you anymore. And our next avenue, as I said, is to the Ethics Commission, because if Mr. Bartolini is still sitting on the zoning board on the 14th, then I can assure you that the citizens who are here tonight, who have gone to town meeting, have filed 2 petitions with this board, the first of which was handled in executive session involving 2 members who have a conflict tonight. That if Mr. Bartolini is still on the zoning board next week, you can be certain I'll be meeting with the Ethics Commission in person to provide them with these documents. And then the question to you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is do you want this process to continue to be tainted by Mr. Bartolini's misrepresentations of his financial relationship with Mr. DePietri? Do you want to continue to have the town engaged in litigation, paying excess attorney's fees? Don't you have a better use of your money than spending attorney's fees to defend cases in which I'm pointing out to you tonight have severe procedural defects? Mr. Catanzaro just confirmed what we said earlier. They negotiated a use variance to convert the 40B project from a sale to a rental so that you'd get credit towards your 10%. Well, from where I sit, that kind of horse trading is illegal. You can't use a use variance as a carrot to get Mr. DePietri to change his position on the status of those 40B units, because you haven't yet made a determination whether the 4 criteria into 4810 have been satisfied. So how you do that within the confines of 40A, the zoning enabling statute, is beyond me. So, Mr. Chairman, I think just on the conflict of interest issue alone, you have cause for immediate removal of Mr. Bartolini, and you request that the alternate members step up to take care of any matters coming up on December 14th and going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chairman, as town council,
Yes, sir.
not part of the hearing, but on a commentary that I just heard from one of the witnesses relative to the suggestion that town council was grossly negligent, I would simply like to ask Mr. Brackett, is that your client, sir? Mr. Green?
To be honest, I have to check with Marty to see if he's one of the signed petitioners.
Okay.
But I don't think we're limited to the petitioners in terms of the presentation of testimony.
Okay, so counsel, you didn't have a conversation with him about that comment?
No, I haven't spoken with him before tonight.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because I told the Board of Selectmen already that we will not tolerate any further negative and irresponsible and baseless remarks about town council. And the comment that was just made is, again, baseless, where Mr. Green thinks with his mouth. And we need to basically disclose to you what I think to be the background of that, and that is that we have had, as town council elsewhere, several enforcement issues with his family in Hudson. So I know that this is probably an attempt at reprisal, and I'm very disappointed. That's all I'll say on that point. We'll deal with it separately.
All right, I
Mr.
yield to the
Norris,
chair.
That begs a question. Before we leave tonight, could someone, enlighten me and Mr. Bartolini as to exactly who are the petitioners?
I'm sorry, you need a microphone again, I'm sorry.
It's never been made known to us exactly who are the petitioners, other than there was a petition filed, there were 170 signatures. We were told that Ms. Houlihan was the one who presented it on November 3rd. But actually, I would like to know who, in fact, are his clients.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a little late in the process, since this petition
Well, it may be late, but I'd like to know
If I may finish,
who.
Mr. Heller, please? Since this was distributed by Mr. Purple on November 16th to the parties, I think it's a little late in the process to be asking who the petitioners are. They're
Well-
detailed, their addresses are listed. Frankly, I think this is a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree that the petition has been
Well,
has been out on the
is
street
everyone on
for-
that petition a petitioner? That's what I'm asking. If that's the case, then did Mr. Green sign it? And if he did, then he's a petitioner and he's a client of, is he representing all the petitioners? Who are his client? Has he selected few members of that petition? I think we have a right to know.
I mean, I think you have that, you have that information as available to you as anyone up here. So at this point, having concluded the hearing portion of this, I'm going to yield to the chair.
So we've gone through the majority of the steps that we had outlined. Just having completed final statements and rebuttals. Next is any clarifying questions that selectmen have. Are there any clarifying questions?
Hold on. No questions.
I have one question, if I may. Mr. Heller, you had presented 3 DVDs, videos of ZBA meetings, and had referenced a ZBA meeting that Ken Foods matter was presented to the ZBA?
No, that is not.
So my question is...
These were simply the Park Central hearings. It does not include the hearings involving Ken's, no.
That is not on the...
That's not on there, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? No. All right, so we have, counsel for both sides have agreed that no additional time is required, nor that there is an extension. Hearing is now closed. One question that I had asked Mr. Norris during these proceedings, and it's in light of materials that were distributed to us during the course of this proceeding tonight, the majority of which we just have not had time to look at, to review, was whether it would be appropriate for us to make a decision tonight, or if it's more appropriate to review the submitted materials. And the recommendation from Mr. Norris is to have our board review the submitted materials before making a decision. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that point?
Yeah, and I don't know, what amount of time that would take, but it probably makes sense to review the exhibits that have been presented.
I would agree. We've got videos, I mean, we've all seen a lot of the tapes, but there may be something there we haven't seen. There's exhibits that have been submitted tonight that we haven't fully read. I think it only makes sense to do just that.
And in fairness to the complainants as well, I know the video that was submitted did have audio issues as well. I think it would be appropriate if we could receive that as well to review.
I would like to ask about this next hearing on the 14th and the agenda item that was referenced tonight, the next CBA hearing, the meeting on the 14th?
Yep.
So I have not seen the agenda. I believe they're taking up the billboard. That's something I'm particularly interested in. But this other matter of, and maybe you can help me, counsel, that you're concerned that Mr. Bartolini's sitting on or not. What is the agenda item that you're referring to?
Mr. Chairman, it's scheduled for 8 p.m. on the 14th. For Park Central appeal, the applicant seeks a determination, I believe this is Mr. Catanzaro's appeal, seeks a determination that its site plan was constructively approved by failure of the planning board to issue and file a written decision within 30 days of its vote. Relief requested is reversal of the planning board rejection and granting of major site plan approval pursuant to 174, section 10B2 as conditioned by the use variance.
I'm presuming that with the departure of Mr. Eagle, that the original sort of three-person hearing group on the Park Central project is not still a requisite with regard to that particular agenda item. That is to say, the full ZBA is going to hear that item. Is that correct?
I'm assuming the full ZBA is going to hear it?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So would there be any, this is a question, I guess, for Attorney Heller, and I'm not suggesting one way or the other, but
The
is there...
answer is no. He's going.
Why don't you let me finish the question, sir?
I know the question.
I'm going to ask it anyway.
Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Any issue with Mr. Bartolini recusing himself from that
Yes.
item?
Yes.
Again, would you let me finish my words before you start yours? Is there any issue with Mr. Bartolini recusing himself from considering that item? Please.
We're not prepared to answer
make
that
sure
at
you-
this point. We're not prepared to answer that, because I don't know, we don't know how many board members are gonna show up that night. I've heard, and I apologize, I was out of line. I should have not interrupted you, and it's getting late, I think, it's a valid question. I can't give you an answer because I haven't discussed it with Mr. Bartolini. I don't know how many other board members are gonna be there. There may not be enough. That's gonna be a decision that he would have to decide.
Okay.
If he were to recuse himself, that could send the wrong message to people that he has a reason that he should recuse himself. And again, I don't think he should be put in that position. But based on your question, it's a good question. I will discuss it with him after tonight's hearing, and he'll have to decide at that meeting probably.
Yeah, and I understand your point. The suggestion's been made that, given the pendency of this matter, and the fact that we may or may not have made a decision by that time, that it may be in the best interest of all involved for him to consider that. So I would ask your client through you to consider that.
Well, and there would be another potential, and that would be, well, yes, I will talk to him. There are other ways to handle that, so that, again, I don't know what the petitioner, Mr. Catanzaro, might do. Maybe he would put off having a hearing that night, maybe he wouldn't. I don't know if there are time constraints in which that sometimes things have to be heard within a certain time frame. So that would be something that I'm sure that we will explore. And again, I apologize for
Fair enough.
cutting you.
Mr. Chairman, may I just comment briefly on that?
I don't think he was asked, and I'm not sure that we need.
I just simply ask permission if I may comment.
So, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that this is the first night this particular matter is coming before the zoning board. If I understand correctly, you have alternate members. I think Mr. Bartolini was originally appointed as an alternate member in 2007. In reviewing the conflict of interest forms, Mr. Bartolini filed a conflict of interest for the Park Central 40B issue. He didn't file a conflict of interest form for the Park Central variance issue. That's not even on file. So he's representing that he has a reason to file a form for the 40B. He never filed any form for the 40A, and if it's the same developer doing the 40A market rate and the 40B comprehensive permit, then frankly, there's a clear conflict that stands today. So I'm assuming Mr. Catanzaro plans to proceed next week. I have issues with respect to his appeal because I think it's premature. Since he filed this appeal, the planning board has actually rendered a decision on site plan review. They rendered that on November 17th, and they denied site plan review for exactly the reasons I've given you.
All right, counsel, I just want to be clear that my suggestion that they consider Mr. Bartolini recusing himself on that item is related to the pendency of this petition,
Yes, I understand.
and not with regard to the other issues you just identified.
I'll suggest other boards and committees will handle their own administrative matters when those appear. I think we've heard a lot tonight. We're well past the 10 o'clock hour now.
Yep.
We've decided, if I understand it correctly, that we're gonna take time to, review all the exhibits and the materials that were provided to us. I'm not ready to set a date yet as to when we would come back to you, but I think we either go through Mr. Purple or through you as to, and maybe Mr. Purple, as to, when we've completed that review, and then we can set a date.
Mr. Chairman, do I understand that review will be conducted as a group or
No.
individually?
Individually,
Individually.
I would think. We would, Mr. Norris, do you?
So, yeah, is that appropriate to do individually?
Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about reviewing the materials that were, right. We're not going to, the three of us aren't going to sit in a room and watch the video. We're going to watch the video. We are going to deliberate together when the time comes. I'm not sure whether we're talking about the same thing.
No, I was just trying to determine if you were going to review the materials collectively, or if you're doing it individually, then come back to deliberate in open public meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So, right, the chair just looked to me, and it is certainly appropriate to review these materials on your own. They're documents and videos that don't have to be looked at together.
Okay. And I just want one quick statement. I had the same concern and question that Mr. Semino raised about the hearing next week as well, and its dependency and how it could be impacted on by a decision resulting from this hearing. So if there is a way that next week's hearing can be done with a recusal, I think it might be in the best interests.
And again, it's about the pendency of this process. It has nothing to do with any other perceived conflict.
Correct.
That's my point.
That's my point as
And
well.
So,
if that's the point, I appreciate the clarification, and we will discuss it.
All right.
And
all right, so, if there's nothing further, do you have anything further on this?
Uh,
I was gonna suggest a short recess.
Sure.
Until we can
Yep.
finish our meeting, and then I know we're going to an executive session, so.
Yep, so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
Okay, we are back in session. Back to our agenda. The last item that we have before the executive session is public comment. Is there any public comment? Mr. Green.
Yes, John Green, 10 Tower Road. I recently heard, and I hope that somebody can confirm, is that the planning board's actually being sued by the Capital Group, and I believe that the planning board still has no counsel to represent them. So I'm hoping that this is what executive session is about. I'm not sure that the discussion about whether planning board needs an attorney should be in executive session. But again, I'm hoping that you're reconsidering that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none. I move that we enter into executive session per Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, and will not return to open session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation, Exemption 3. As the chair has determined that having the discussion in open session may be detrimental to the public body's negotiating position. Shay, aye?
Galenda,
We are in executive session.